Hello, there we go. Hello, hello, hello. I always forget about that. Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. How are folks doing tonight? You are correct. We are doing painting tonight. I don't think kayak. See, I don't get it. I just don't even get it. I got out of the home again. I've been put into the home that streams. You know what? Wasteland Mad God, you know what? Oh, yeah, that did not connect to me at all. I did not get that at all. I am too thick-headed for that. But yes. How are folks doing? But Wasteland Mad God, that's a good idea. I actually like this as an idea that we install a bunch of that we set up streaming setups in the old folks' home. I like this idea. I appreciate that you came up with this. I think we should do more of this. Yes, I think we should do this. Oh, hold on. I had to write something down while I'm thinking about it. Okay. There we go. Sorry, I just had to write something down. But yes, let me clear some things up here. Yes, there we go. If you think retirement homes in like 20 years aren't going to be full of old farts screaming slurs at each other while playing CS, you're crazy. I'm just saying they could be now. I'm just saying that the future could be now. We can accelerate this. There's no reason why we have to wait for the natural aging of the gamer population to catch up with turning them into streamers. There's no reason to wait. Yes, exactly, Wasteland Mad God. And if we do that, we have a natural experiment here. Which is, like, if we do that, if we quadruple the number of people playing Counter-Strike and yelling slurs on Twitch.tv, will that cause the price of a person yelling slurs on Twitch.tv to collapse? Or will that induce demand for more Counter-Strike streamers screaming slurs? That is the question. Is this a good that follows a normal supply-demand curve? Or is it one that's like traffic? Right? That is the question. That is the question, because if we can collapse the market if we can ruin it as a career, I think we might be able to save America. I think we might, if we can ruin it as a career. Yeah. If we can make it so that people can't make money. You think it would increase demand very specifically? Old ladies. Interesting. I always thought the demand was for, like, women who are problematically too young to date screaming slurs on the internet. I thought that was always the demand. just got an alert that's... Wait, it's got an alert that I need to pay attention to. Okay. Okay. But yes, yes. We just took the maxing back in Hag Max, and that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Yes. But yes. Oh, okay, okay. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. I apparently... Okay. Yeah, there we go. Okay, I can't have Mimi stream going at the same time as me because she has piped audio from my stream into her stream. Okay, workout time. Workout time. Doing squats. Doing squats. Left leg 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, and then right leg. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There we go. Nice. Whew. It's tempting to have separate redeems for squats versus push-ups and just see how much people want to see of each of those. See if there's a difference. Yeah, we're about 20 minutes in. I can say hellos. I can start saying hellos. Hello to Seribot. Hello to Sparkly Anarchy. Hello Furo Sindras. Hello, Mikks, and let me give a shout out to Mikks, who had a very lovely stream today. And hello to Beautiful Angel, and hello to Wasteland Mad God, and hello Wea Biscuits, and hello Gringotts Underwriter, and hello Akshi, and hello Theo, and hello Mori 90, and hello Madramimi, and hello Emmerich Draws, and hello to all of the lurkers and the VOD watchers. I appreciate having all of you here. I appreciate having all of you here. Oh. Oh. I appreciate having all... Yes, hi, VOD watchers, hi. Yes. And also for Emmerich. Hold on a second here. All right. All right then. Oh, yes. So today is going to... Yeah, you redeemed it. You redeemed it 1 minute ago, Emmerich. You redeemed it 1 minute ago. That's very silly of you. That's very, very silly of you. That is very, very silly of you. makes your brain untired, and so it goes. So it goes. So it goes. But yes. Yeah, today's plan is painting. Today's plan is painting. I will be painting una Roman. I have a partially unfinished Roman. I have a partially unfinished Roman to put some work into. And so that is where my brain is at. That is where I shouldn't say that's where my brain is at. That is where my work queue is at. That is where I belong. I belong in the paint mines. That's where I have set myself up to be. Let me take a year. Fortunately, I've managed to keep myself out of the cadmium. I fortunately have no cadmium. It does mean that none of my yellows are particularly good. Oh, and we got a watch streak for Emmerich. I am fortunately not arrested by the compulsion to eat things, just based on how they look. I wonder if that's downstream of the, like, being vegan for, 10, 15, 20 years, somewhere like that. That I look at something and I don't assume that it's vegan, and therefore that kind of is a pretty strong arrest on how worried I am about it. While mixing your acrylic? Yeah, Yeah, I definitely don't have that I don't have very many intrusive thoughts. I don't tend to have very many intrusive thoughts. I not generally an affliction I worry about. Not generally an affliction I have a lot to worry about. But yeah, I don't know. Do I have anything better to do other than to go over to the paints? If you like half lean down from the side place, I mean it's the call of the void, as they call it, which is definitely a thing, right? That's definitely like a known phenomena. It's definitely a known phenomenon, and it's... Oh yeah, you speak French. Yes, you speak French. Do French people experience that more? Because, like, I have no idea who would track that. But it sounds, like, I mean, I know how you would track it, but I don't know who would have actually done that. It feels like an interesting engagement with Saper Wharf. That feels like an interesting Saper Wharf engagement. And I normally find Saper Wharf to be dubious. I don't know if I find I don't know if I find the underlying theory to be particularly dubious so much as the particularly strong applications that I am used to seeing of it. Okay, so I should probably explain what Sapir-Whorf is. Sapir-Whorf hypothesis is a psychological linguistic hypothesis. I can tell that Mikks has been muted because otherwise Mikks would be saying something would really want to chime in at this moment. It is a hypothesis that the language you use, that your vocabulary affects cognition. And this at the level of cultures, right? At the level of cultures, not the level of the individual. This is about cultures. And there are stronger and weaker forms of the Sapir-Whorf hypothesis. So a strong Sapir-Whorf hypothesis is going to be like the ancient Greeks didn't see the color blue. That's like a strong Sapir-Whorf claim, right? Because the words that are used in the Odyssey and the Iliad to describe the color of the ocean, colloquial name for linguistic relativism. Yeah. I have been presented it so many different ways that I'm no longer sure anymore what the actual hypothesis, what the original hypothesis is anymore. I think I read the paper in grad school at some point, but it's really rusty to me. And like I said, the discourse around it has kind of warped my understanding of it. But there's very strong versions of it that are like, yeah, the ancient Greeks literally could not see the color blue because when you look at the Iliad, they describe the ocean as being wine dark. That would be a very strong misapplication. I think that's probably not anywhere near what the hypothesis is anywhere near. The one that I remember being from the original work was the one about words for snow. That Inuits has many more words for snow, and this reflects a greater importance of snow to Inuit people owing to the fact that they are surrounded by a lot more snow. The causality of that, I don't even remember where it's going, and there's weaker and stronger forms of it, as mentioned. False attribution to Worf, who never made a formal hypothesis. Interesting. That's fun. That is fun. And it's and it's well, I mean, Japanese doesn't have a clear difference between future and present tense. Chinese doesn't have tenses. Language determining the scope of cultural perception and significance. Mikks, is your throat worn out? Because we can do this on voice. You can come on stream if you're feeling up for it. Give you like 3 minutes. Okay. Hello, Vovern. Yes, we've got a linguistics question. And hello, 123 error 25. Hello. Well, it's also something that you would see very broadly, right? It's something that you would see very, very broadly. That's part of the advantage of a hypothesis of like this, is that because the scope is massive, that also means that your data collection funnel can be really easily assembled. That you can do and again, it's not a I learned it for like anthropology and sociology work, where it was of pretty minimal importance, right? It was of pretty minor importance. It was just like, it was just like, okay, that Emmerich draws. That's why it's currently a hypothesis. It's not an experimental derivation. This is the scientific process. We have to back up here a little bit. The scientific process does not generally proceed from, you do a whole bunch of random experiments, and then you, like, draw data out of it. It's, you exist in the physical universe, and then you noticed a trend passively, and then you write a hypothesis, and then you can start developing experiments from it. It is worth saying, right, that there are hypotheses that are more and less difficult to make experiments for. Sapir-Whorf is pretty rough because of how natural language works, but it's nowhere near as bad as anything in cosmology. Cosmology, it runs into anything. Cosmology runs into a really, really massive problem where we only have one universe. So we can't actually run experimental tests on the Big Bang Theory because we haven't figured out a way to, one, create a new universe, and two, have a data collection method that would survive past a Big Bang. And hello, Mr. No Talk, and hello, Tohu Bohu. So the data collection for Sapir-Whorf is actually not that bad. It's bad if you want it to be like truly experimental about it, but it's not actually that bad if you just want to like take a guess at if you are willing to accept non-experimental data collection. Which is generally true, right? You are often willing to accept non-experimental data collection. A huge percentage of evolution involves very little experimentation. Ecology, almost by necessity, does not do experimentation. There are very few ecology experiments, and both the ones that I have seen are considered profoundly, ludicrously flawed. I don't know if you would need to do deeply unethical ones. I can come up with some deeply unethical ones. If you're proposing, like, I think that there's actually not a particularly unethical one that I think is actually pretty easy, which is develop an artificial language and then get some willing test subjects into an environment together, like 15 people, and see what modifications they make to the artificial language based on their experiences. Like, see if they do make meaningful modifications to it, right? Okay, yes, I'll hop in there. I was just being a little bit sluggish. And also, hold on, let me make sure that Discord audio is set up. Okay, Discord audio is set up. And John Fugi's here. There you are.
Oh, good, it worked. Okay, unlike for me.
Yeah, there we go. It
doesn't work. Or it just does not work. It just will not work.
Yeah, you're getting hosed on that one.
Yeah. So, I missed a second there because I went to go fill up my coffee.
It's all good. I was just clarifying that, Emmerich was like, well, then how can you run experiments on this? And I was like, well, a hypothesis doesn't really need an experiment. It's a
hypothesis. So the basis of a hypothesis is that it's theoretical and it can exist only in the space of theory, right?
Yeah.
It does not need proofs.
Yeah.
Right?
It would be nice
When
if you
test
could
the
get them.
hypothesis,
Yeah.
you start getting the proofs.
Yeah, and
know.
also in the case of like a lot of fields, particularly like linguistics is not actually the worst for this. I was saying that cosmology is actually much worse for this. You can't actually run experiments because of like you can't run like major cosmology experiments on account of like the smallest thing you're working with is like stars, like or the universe. Yeah. So
clearly, we just need to figure out how to blow those up properly.
Yeah,
So, okay. So first off, I did want to reiterate something that I said in chat, which is Sapir Whorf is not. It's something of a misnomer historically speaking. Whorf never presented his ideas in the form of any sort of hypothesis. They were presented as abstract philosophy that was not intended to be interpreted as scientific fact, right? They were more of a poetic observation of, isn't it strange how the world around us defines how we speak, but how we speak defines how we perceive the world around us, right? That's more what Whorf was about, right? More of a like funny commonalities of the human experience, how, this culture or that culture may have lots of words for certain things. And wow, they have lots of words for those certain things because they live in a cold place where it snows a lot. But also, it seems to make that more common in their culture role. Like, and when they say culture here, they don't mean like everyday, like fish and chips, right? What they're talking about is mythology, theological structures, spiritual beliefs, idioms, things. All sorts of stuff like that, right? I think the big misnomer that goes on with linguistic relativity, right? Or not really misnomer, but misconception that goes on with like the casual understanding of linguistic relativity is one, it gets pretty hard associated with linguistic determinism, which is not the same concept, even though they're often called by the same name, right? Which is Sapir Whorf.
Yeah.
But the other one is that this is a deterministic observation at all, and that it's about like, when people say like it's important to their culture, they're taking a very 20th century idea of what a culture is.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Cultural significance is, and it's like, yes, this is my culture. It's like very much a post-colonial, the culture of the natives sort of mentality is what people are hearing, but that's not what this was about. This was about how, say, for example, you are an American, right? And a lot of your phrases are things like shooting the shit or killing time. Right?
Yeah.
What does that imply about American civilization? What does that imply about the importance of, for example, killing or guns in our cultural miasma, right? How prevalent they are, how significant they are to us as a culture. It implies different things than people think it does. And what really goes on with linguistic relativity is that the perception is that because it goes both ways, is the crazy part about this, right? This is why this theory is so complicated to like explain. Because linguistic relativity is used to both talk about the way that the perception of the world affects language, but also how the development of the language is shaped by itself, right? So like, if you live in a country with a lot of mountains, there's a whole bunch of different names for mountains, like in Scotland, right? Mountains and highlands all have like a bunch of different slang terms. They're all really regional, right?
Yep.
What happens is that people speaking the language recognize that. They aren't stupid, right? These are not like cavemen going ooga booga, right? Like, these are people with a developed culture and a developed language by like the standards of like human evolution is what I'm talking about here, right? That's the scale I'm talking about here.
Yeah.
And in doing so, they recognize, wow, we sure have a lot of names for snow. Isn't that interesting? And then they start writing poetry about the fact that they have a lot of names for snow.
Yes. That all makes sense to me so far. Yeah. I do actually feel kind of affirmed that you said that this is one of those things that's like very confusing, because I have been confused about this periodically over the years, that in particular, right, confused about what the claim about causality is, because I've heard different.
Yeah.
Was that?
There's two theories.
Yeah.
And it's very physics-brained in how they talk about it. They call it the strong hypothesis and the weak hypothesis.
Yep, that's how I
right?
learned it, was strong and weak. Yeah.
Yes. And contemporary linguistics does not acknowledge that strong hypothesis is valid, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
This is
which is normal.
Linguistic determinism, as though the way you use words determines strictly how you perceive the world.
Yes,
which is
yes.
nonsensical, right?
Yes. I'm going to provide a slight clarification here for people who are a little bit less familiar with academic terminology. A thing that is sometimes a confusion to people who are outside of academia is that they hear the phrase strong and they assume that if something is the strong version, that is the one that's more likely to be true, and it's the opposite.
Yes.
The strong version...
That's a more true reality.
Yes. The big difference between strong and weak is, consider the difference between some and all. Some dogs are hairy. All dogs are hairy. The all dogs is the strong version of it. And the reason why it's called strong is because if you already have the strong version of a hypothesis confirmed, then that means you don't have to check it later.
Yes.
That means that you do not have to... That means that you can say, oh, I saw a dog, and you know that it is hairy without any further evidence other than the evidence that it is a dog. And this makes it strong because it allows you to prove more things. So strong is the terms of the consequence, not in terms of how easy it is to prove. Strong things are almost always, almost definitionally even, much more difficult to demonstrate and much more unlikely to be true than weak versions. So anyway, just making a brief diversion there.
That's a very important one. That's a very important one because, interestingly enough, that goes into the weak hypothesis of linguistic relativity.
Yeah.
Because the perception of the word strong and what it means shapes the perception of the world, or the society in this case, of the field in this case, right? There is a lot of evidence for weak theories of linguistic relativity. There's a lot of evidence for this. That the way we speak, even at an individual level, right? Both at an individual level and a societal level, impacts meaningfully our perception of the world around us, right? One of the big ones that I find very interesting is when it comes to manners and politeness, right? Certain words, most curse words in English are basically just generic amplifiers, right? They're
we just when we say
this fucking asshole.
Yeah,
right?
Strong as shit. It doesn't mean anything. It has nothing to do with excretion, right?
Nothing to do with excretion, right? And that, at some level, kind of leads to a reduction of meaning in this word and its usage, to the point where people will make legitimate... and when I say legitimate, I do not just mean that they think it's legitimate. I mean it is a legitimate argument that the word shit does not have anything to do with pooping out your butt. Right? It has nothing to do with excrement, right? Nothing to do with that whatsoever.
Yeah.
It is completely disconnected. This has been I've had a couple of really interesting conversations in my time in academics about exactly this subject, because the subject of vulgarity and slurs has always been extremely fascinating to me linguistically. But Emmerich. But it's really important to recognize that, for example, the most common example that I know from one of the more important books I've ever read in my life, the title of which is escaping me at the moment, but I'm sure I'll remember it eventually. It's a cognitive linguistics text, right? The Metaphors We Live By.
Yes, I have your copy.
Yes, you got my copy. That's why I'm looking at my bookshelf. I'm like, can I see it over there? To remember?
Nope, it's on my bookshelf. It's on my bookshelf.
Yeah, it's on Al's bookshelf because I lent him my copy. Because I've read it a dozen times, right?
Yeah.
So a very early point that the author of that work makes in the early stages is, one example of this is when we use a lot of violent rhetoric. That is a tendency to lead us to be more favorable to violent results, right? And this guy's not a pacifist. I want to be really clear. This is not like a text about pacifism. This is a text about how if you use a lot of aggressive language, you are more likely to favor aggressive solutions because it kind of primes you for it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
You motherfucker. I was waiting for someone to say something.
I was
when you walked in.
Yeah.
I didn't even hear you, I'm not gonna lie.
No, none of us actually said anything out loud. Voverin said hello, and I changed the stream title to include your name, and I was wondering when you would speak up.
You outed me, you son of a bitch.
But I actually
you had already fallen into the fox trap. You've been in the fox trap for several minutes.
They had too many eggs out for me, man. Too much liver.
But yeah. So like, are there like specific things you want my input on? Because I will just ramble on about cognitive.
Oh, okay. I mean, mostly I was kind of trying to clarify a little bit about like, because again, I have heard varying strong and weak forms, like the famously like this doesn't actually make sense example is the like. As I mentioned before, the Iliad describes the ocean as the wine dark sea, and people tend to really over-interpret that, and there's a couple of problems with the over-interpretation of that. The first one, and all of you fucking weebs, all of you goddamn weebs need to be hyper-aware of this. Translation choices affect meaning.
Yes.
The fact that they chose to translate that word as wine dark in the English translation was a choice. They could have chosen to translate it as blue. They did have that option.
Yeah. It should also be noted that there's a very easy and obvious explanation for this.
Mm-hmm.
They're talking about hue.
Yeah. No, it's the
like it's so obvious, right? That's
so
what wine dark even means. Right?
I mean, the simple thing about this that I think is kind of... I watched a Taurus cabinet on this, which is not necessarily the most reliable source, because he's just kind of an autistic guy.
Yeah.
But he gave a good explanation of this, and it's something that I had seen in more academic context. I just can't remember the ways I've seen it displayed. The color terms that a language uses are never comprehensive. No language has a comprehensive word that always explains the boundaries of every single color that exists in the language. You can see.
What does iridescent mean, for example?
What was that?
What does iridescent mean?
What is iridescent? I was going to bring up that a really simple example when talking to English speakers is what's the line between blue and green?
Mm-hmm.
There's a whole like phthalo, blue, teal, green, turquoise region of the color spectrum where we're like,
There is somebody in chat right now who can almost certainly answer this question, which is of course Nagi. But Nyano doesn't even know, of course, right?
Nyano
color.
Yeah, Nyano has the most expert opinion. Nyano has the transcendent opinion on this question.
Yeah, true. Color isn't real.
Yeah, color isn't real.
Wait, hold on. What was the question again? I zoned out.
So if you were to look at a total spectrum of the color of the colors, right, on a rainbow, would everyone you talk to have the same dividing line where blue and green stop? No. Yeah, they wouldn't.
Of course not. Absolutely not. And you can see this literally in the way that like people talk about like color like spatches on like Twitter, right?
Yeah.
You can see where people are like, how many different colors do you see? Where does one end and where does another begin? And it's very different depending on the individual. So like it is entirely just no, they don't.
No, they don't.
It is. There is color theory to this that is like meaningful, like photon physics that can be applied to determining a closer to objective reality. But if we're talking about the perception, that's a different issue.
Well, I mean, I will say, like,
different.
I have a chemistry education, and my favorite part of chemistry was photospectroscopy. I worked with a full color spectrum pretty regularly. We did not use words.
Yeah.
We said nanometers. Like,
No,
we,
that makes sense. That makes sense as a measurement technique here.
Yeah, it's because that wasn't that's a very different question, right? It's a very different question. We were looking for what is the color response to this thing at 394 nanometers, right? We weren't looking for. I think that's yellow. Like we might say that out loud, but like that wasn't what mattered. Like
Useful
that
for
wasn't
the science,
real.
not as useful for the actual discourse. So to
Yeah,
speak.
for describing how a natural language works, this is stupid. This is asinine for a natural language.
There's a reason why natural languages only go so far, though, right?
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, there's actually
languages are necessary.
And following up on something that Blue said, Blue and Green weren't distinguished in Chinese for a long time. That's normal. I can't speak to Chinese as well, but for Japanese, this is a thing that has repercussions into the present tense.
Yeah.
Very famously, green lights in Japanese traffic are aoi, which is blue. And it's not that Japanese people can't see green versus blue. They will, in fact, use midori to describe plenty of things as green pretty readily. But the reality is that this is actually a really interesting linguistics thing. This is developmental linguistics rather than cognitive linguistics. So I don't know how much you covered it.
No. Developmental linguistics is actually, I'm a language learning specialist.
Oh, I don't mean, I mean cultural developmental, not individual developmental. Yeah,
no, I know a lot about this too. It's still relevant.
So
if you're working English as a second language, people, it's super relevant. Right?
That we have never, ever found a language that doesn't distinguish black and white.
Yeah.
Every single language has some way of distinguishing black and white. I don't know if we've ever found one that doesn't also have red. But we have found languages that will distinguish black, white, and red, and then every other color is described in terms of those three.
Yeah.
That is a thing that has happened. So they would describe yellow as basically like a type of white. Right?
Yeah.
Whether or not they would describe a blue...
White, having affinity to white as opposed to having affinity to black or red.
Yeah, and with a blue, they would choose it based on like how dark it is, right? Like a sky blue might be a white, but like an ocean blue might be a black. Yeah.
The reason for this is that it's pretty much impossible to not identify black and white. Right?
Yeah, because
red is the color of blood.
Red is the color of blood.
Yeah,
red is
my thought as well.
Red is the color of blood. Red is the color of earth.
Yes.
Red is clay specifically. Red is the color of a surprising number of plants. Brown and red have a lot of affinity.
Danger.
Yeah, danger. It's very heavily associated with danger.
Heavily associated with danger.
But then there's a whole. There's a flow chart to which colors get distinguished next as languages develop more interactions with color and more need to interact and describe colors. And one of the parts that I always like to emphasize about this is that we have evidence. I believe that this is the right way of framing this in no small part because I like taking us down a notch. English is not at the apex.
Oh, not even close. No,
English is at the very least behind the Russians.
Yes. Russian, even just Cyrillic alone, has so much like sophistication in terms of language of color terminology.
Yeah,
it's like really excellent, actually.
I will say I'm actually kind of curious to discuss this with you, Mikks. I feel like I'm being so rude to Nora, but I also know I think that she's kind of reveling in being.
I'm enjoying this.
Reveling in being the sneaky fox.
I like listening. I like learning.
Yeah.
Come on.
Something that has bothered me because I'm not really sure quite. I feel like this is kind of load bearing to this hypothesis, right? That like English has the way I've usually heard it is the 8 colors, right?
Yeah.
The 6 colors you see on the color wheel plus white and black.
Yes, or alternatively the colors of the rainbow.
Yes,
depending on which theory of English you're following.
It's me. I'm every color in the rainbow.
So
I am also.
why are brown and pink not counted? This has bothered me for a while.
You can.
So,
go ahead.
I'm sure you have your own theories there, Al.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But I will say that I think pink may be cultural.
Mm-hmm.
In English in particular, right?
Mm-hmm.
Pink is a color that people associate with red, for one thing, right? Pink is like a very light red, right? Is how it would often be described. This is not true, but it's...
Well, I'll get to that in a second. I'll let you finish, but I've got my contestations there. But yeah,
and with brown, I'm not really sure, but I have an assumption that it is because it is not something that people like. Okay, I know that there are certain, with English in particular, there are certain racialized philosophies. I know that exists. However, I think that for brown, a big reason is because brown is kind of the color that you get when you mix a bunch of colors together badly.
Yeah. So okay. So here's kind of where I'm. This is the reason why it's kind of frustrating me is that if we are accepting that, you know, that the Russian distinguish between light blue and dark blue is a meaningful distinction, right? Or that Japanese until maybe 100 years ago didn't have a meaningful distinction between blue and green. That's cultural, right? Like almost by definition, this is about like what a culture values as. So that's kind of axiomatic that like this is about
values enough to put into a piece of terminology that becomes everyday.
The reason why I feel like this, the reason why the pink thing is throwing me, the reason why the pink thing throws me is that is actually kind of the things that you said, which is that if somebody asks me to get them a red shirt and I got them a pink shirt, they would justifiably be pissed at me. Whereas if they ask me to get them a blue shirt and I got them either a navy blue shirt or a sky blue shirt, they would generally be like, yeah, I asked for blue. Unless it was a navy enough blue that they themselves had trouble telling it from black, because that's a fairly common feature of...
So, I do have a question for you about this, right? When you were talking about the development of English, are you kind of stopping at the development of modern English and then talking from that point? Or, like, this is my... Because...
I am working from my observations of living in the 21st century.
Okay. I'm just curious, because pink, culturally, was considered diluted red until, like, fucking 1700, right? So 1750 or something like that, right?
Yeah, well, and orange was considered red until similar time as well, Yeah, we still say red-haired because that's a cultural artifact from when we did not have orange as a distinct color in the language,
in the language, so to speak, right? And a lot of it really is just like there wasn't a distinction being made in that way, right? Now, I will say, modern English does in fact distinguish pink. Modern English color theory and color theory of language has 11 colors, not 8.
Okay.
Right? This is, I believe it is, I think it's Berlin and K.
Yeah, I believe Berlin is one. I forget if it was K was the other one, but yeah, I think that's Berlin.
Berlin and K is like the common evolution of language to discuss color theory, right?
Yeah.
The thing about this is a huge part of it is simply just that the languages that English came from, right? Don't distinguish this as much as the languages that it didn't. We do not have as many loan words from Italian. We do not have as many loan words from Russian, right? Or loan concepts, right? And like Italian, Russian, Albanian, I know, distinguishes pink. Hebrew heavily distinguishes pink. Pink is really important in Hebrew, right?
The color.
But like old Hebrew, not like the hideous Khan language. But, like, I think that that's a big part of it. It's just kind of, like, a little bit of chaos here. Where it's like, well, English mostly, like, grabbed all of its phrases from fucking Latin and a little bit of French and Germanic, right? Germanic languages, right? And because of that, it just was difficult, right? And so, like... Pink is actually a basic color term. It is not a subtype of another color.
So yeah, I like I said, this is a place where my disagreement here is on the academic side, right? I feel like this is something that like my academic education steered me wrong, and yeah, because I think that culturally we do think of pink as a fully different color, and like this is something that like people be like, oh, but like it's a shade, and it's like, well, but that's just how all of this works. Well, it's also just kind of how it's kind of how like it's like anything other than I don't even know like what our limits are then. Like are we going to start disqualifying green because it's actually just a shade of blue with a little bit of yellow mixed in? Like that's not, I think, how we don't apply that standard otherwise.
No, but that's because the standard that's actually being applied here is light and dark, and then sometimes red as a third, right? Not every language actually has red as a distinct, like.
Oh yeah, no, I'm aware of that. I'm aware of that.
Right.
I'm aware of that.
Yeah, I'm sure you are. I'm sure you are, right? This is Berlin and K that I'm quoting here, basically, right? Yeah. And some languages have a fourth category, and that's usually green or yellow, right?
Yep.
And that tends to be. This is something that is extreme. This is an extremely complex, hotly debated topic, which is probably why you feel like you've been steered somewhat wrong. There is not an actual answer to this question that is solidified.
Yeah.
There is not actually a, like, this is an ongoing research problem. Why is this? Well, here's some theories, here's some thoughts. I have my own thoughts on this. I'm sure you do as well. I'm sure everybody does. My own personal assumption is that it mostly has to do with the languages that English was adapted from, right? That developed into English, not borrowing from languages that have more complex color vocabulary, like Russian.
I wonder if I may, and I'm not sure, I could be like completely off here, but you know, especially I think people kind of broadly consider pink a very distinct color, as to where navy blue, most people be like, it's blue, right? You know.
Navy is a type of blue. Yeah.
I wonder if there's like also like a sociological / cultural reasoning for why people will, you know, like someone will get mad if I say red and, you know, bring me a pink shirt, but most people will also say like, oh, it's just a shade of red or whatever, right?
Yeah. I think
I could be wrong.
No, you're completely right. You're completely. I mean, I shouldn't say you're completely right. You are saying what I am saying.
Like I wonder if there's like some like sociological dynamic here where it's like, maybe like it's a girl color thing or whatever. You know what I mean? Like I'm just throwing this out here because I don't know.
I mean,
I don't know
in the case of the shirt, it's because pink and red are not the same. They are fundamentally.
I know they are, but however, what I'm saying is that people typically, like, why would someone bless you.
Thank you.
Like, why would someone not, you know, only make that distinction in a specific circumstance? You know what I mean? Is what I was thinking.
So here's a sample of like not exactly a counterpoint, but we are in ads, by the way. Al, are you good with that?
I am good with that. I will refill my water, but I'll let you keep going. I'll just grab water and I'll come back.
So one thing that's relatively important here, I would say, right, is if you, for example, if somebody asked you to bring them a purple shirt and you brought them a lavender shirt, do you think they would have the same sort of response?
Probably
if I was a king, yes.
If I was a king. Lavender, I think most people would broadly consider lavender a shade of purple. I don't think they would be
and
too
lavender
mad.
is it by basic color theory, right? By the basic colors, right? Considered a shade of purple. It's considered a subset of purple. Pink is not considered a subset of red. It is distinct, both in terms of its identification, which is the most important part from a linguistic and cultural standpoint here, and in terms of its actual properties, right? I don't know enough about the chemical side of this, the chemical and photonic side of this, to really talk about that. That's more something that Al and Naki can discuss at a high level, right? So I don't know what the way that pink actually responds to light and to material and to skin tone and stuff in a way that is distinct from red, but it does. I know it does, right?
I mean, I think the reason is that pink is effectively just a desaturated red.
Mm.
Because like it's just red with white added to it, at least in like paint, and
White.
it's just
So that-
red with more white light in it. When like light, I think.
That- That is supported by, like, linguistically, right? This is supported by the fact that a lot of languages do actually have their word for pink is white red, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like Irish, I believe Chinese. I'm not certain on that one. I don't know enough about it. But like Irish does. Like Irish also has this for yellow. And what's interesting, not yellow, sorry, orange. And what's interesting about orange is how often orange is referred to as a blood color, right? Blood yellow is often what orange will be called, or some variation of that in a lot of languages. It's very interesting. Yeah.
And yeah, hello, I'm back. I'm also gonna do something about this scene because I have an idea.
With Brown in particular, right? I think with English, a lot of it is a lack of poeticization of chestnuts, actually. Like chestnuts and bark, right? Russian does a lot with words for like trees and nuts and stuff like that, right? Russian loves chestnut as like a descriptor.
God, DJ, holy shit! I'm sorry. I don't know if you guys can hear him, but I can hear with my headphones on, and it's crazy.
Beautiful Angel, thank you for the 18 months. Thank you for the 18 months.
I am getting kind of sleepy though, so I think I'm gonna go pester someone right quick, and then I'm gonna.
Oh, thank you for being here, Noir. Thank you for being here, Noir.
I wasn't here too long. I got sleepy.
We caught you in the trap
out of nowhere.
I understand.
It's okay. It's okay. You've had a hard day of house flipping.
Yeah, I have. Look, out. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Night.
I like her new Fugi a lot.
Yeah, Quinger that.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
It's good. It's
there's one for Andy too.
Yeah, I've got one in that style from Bodega.
Yeah. This is because Nora and I relatively soon, maybe after Offka at this point, are going to be doing Indian Lele, and I'm going to be playing Lele.
Good choice.
She's going to be playing Andy, and I'm going to be playing Lele. So
perfect.
I thought that was very funny. Right.
Terrifying.
I've never really recovered from the absolute catastrophe that was Inari doing Coffin of Andy and Lele.
Oh, that's yeah.
Oh my god.
In
case people haven't heard this, I'm just gonna tell a short story and then we'll get back to the color linguistics thing. When so Inari was planning on doing a collab of Coffin of Andy and Lele with a friend of hers, and said friend got sick on the day of the collab and couldn't make it and didn't know when he would get better. So she reached for the voice actor that she knows that is the most down to clown and the most readily available and was willing to show up the day of on no notice. Her brother.
Her actual brother.
More I don't think they're actually biologically.
More or less her brother.
Yeah, more or less her brother. Yeah,
might as well be, right?
Yeah. She did not know what Coffin and Andy and Lele is actually about, other than the fact that it's a, one that,
Now,
deeply
I know
funny.
Morp thought this was really, really
Oh,
funny.
Morp loved it. Of course, Morp loved it. Morp is like one of the most gremlin people out there.
Morp is a fucking chaos troll, is what Morp is.
Yeah,
Like,
Morp's amazing.
yeah, Morp is great.
Morp would actively hide that from Inari if you gave him the chance. But
poor Inari.
Inari did not know, and it wasn't until the stream started, and then she had a very unhappy time. But yes, back on the subject. I'm sorry, it's like my strongest association with that game at this point. I just find it very funny.
No, it's very funny. It's very funny. Also, like Inari remains the only FoxTuber who's beating the Fumiho allegations. So no matter how much she threatens to eat my liver, she's not. It doesn't sound serious to me. I'm sorry. It doesn't have the malice. She doesn't have the malice.
But yes, I just kind of want to be like very clear about like why I'm raising this point around pink is that I am raising a point about culture. Like the thing I am saying is that I think that English language, specifically American English culture, does actually treat pink as a distinct color, even if many other cultures do not. Right? That this is something that has been. This is something that it probably is a change. There probably is a change at some point in our history, probably sometime in the 20th century. Because I've read earlier things where the genderedness of pink is treated either completely differently or much more subdued. And then, I have a very strong memory of one of those early Simpsons episodes where Homer Simpson's, where the reds and the whites get mixed up in the wash, and Homer shows up to work with a pink shirt, and it's a huge fucking deal.
I mean, the problem is that that Homer Simpson is yellow, so he really shouldn't be wearing pink.
Oh yeah.
That's the real problem there, right? That's a fucking disaster. But that's a thing. So this was also like when the Simpsons, like this was probably, honestly, the truth is, at its worst, was probably the 90s.
Oh yeah.
The 90s is probably when this was at its worst. When the blue boy pink girl thing was actually at its worst, right? People will try to pretend it was earlier, but it really wasn't. People like
no. The need to that everything has to be gendered 24/7. Like I can read advertising from the 80s and 90s that are much more comfortable with androgyny than the 90s or 2000s.
Yes, it's same. You know what was popular in the 1920s? Very boyish looks for women. Right?
Yeah.
Like one of the big feminine like waves was wearing a dress, like a dress, practical shoes, short hair, right? The flappers.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And those were women who were like sex icons, like unironically.
Yeah, and it's worth and
sex icons.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, right, of course, like as always happens, there's conflict, right? I always need people to remember that, like, if you want to go to a 1920s, if you want to go to like a bunch of, you can go if you want to go through some archives, some newspaper archives or some books or whatever. You can absolutely find people who are complaining about how unsexy those flappers are. Yes. Like, this was a point of contention. Oh, sure. Different people had different tastes. I just kind of want to raise that very briefly. But
culturally speaking, like on a broad level, like it was actually kind of the case, right? Like this is not something that did not have appeal. This was not like
yeah.
It's not subcultural, alt cultural in the way that certain things from like the 90s or the 2000s were, right?
Yeah, and I mean, just to using a really strong 80s example, to use a really strong 80s example, eyeliner. Yeah. There were people who thought that eyeliner was just always girly, but it was, I think, more common, and maybe this just shows the kind of 80s that I remember, it was more common for people to talk about eyeliner as there being both masculine and feminine forms of using eyeliner.
Yes.
That eyeliner was not something that intrinsically made you girly or gay or less masculine. No, for a man, it mattered what your execution of it was.
Yes. And that really took over in the 90s.
Yeah, right? Yeah, that does feel like a 90s change. That's like that does feel like a 90s thing.
A lot of this stuff really took over in the 90s. Like, and in a lot of ways, one of the big things that, like, I'm going to be real. I think that a lot of what's happening with, like, conservative ideas of gender is that they are projecting ideas that were pretty much, like, developed and made into cultural currency, so to speak, right? in the 90s, right? And retroactively like projecting them onto a 1950s aesthetic. I think that's a lot of what's actually going on, right? Because the 1950s weren't really like that.
No.
If you study the 50s, that's really not what they were like. And I'm not just talking about the big common stuff. I mean, a lot of these, like, the severe homophobia was different, right? There was homophobia, don't get me wrong.
Oh, yeah, massively, yeah.
But it wasn't 90s homophobia. It wasn't send them to a conversion camp homophobia, right? It's not how it worked.
Yeah. No, it's interesting. This is like, again, amusingly, maybe the thing that I'm slowly becoming the most is the gender VTuber, which is a goofy thing to be.
I was talking, believe it or not, I was talking about both the favorite topic of you and of Kari Kari today on my own stream, which is the gendered expression of streaming and some other factors as well. But
it
is an interesting topic, right? It is actually a very interesting topic because gender in grammar is very, very important to cognition, right?
Yes.
And as well as to sociology and cultural perception. I caution personally about putting too much stock in this as a naturally emerging characteristic rather than an informed characteristic, right? A lot of expressions of gender are very informed, right? They are very much an informed, learned behavior. Especially in like development, like 2-year-olds don't have a strong expression of gender. Like, let's be real, right?
No. Not at 2, but by 4 they do. It's surprising how fast.
By 4 they do, but they've learned that, right? They've learned that. And if you look at the difference between people who families that have a distinction between girl toys and boy toys, right?
Yeah.
And those that don't, you notice a much stronger expression of binary gender in one of them, or alternatively, a stronger resentment towards binary gender.
Of course. Stronger feelings about. Yeah.
Yeah, stronger feelings, stronger representation, stronger something, right? It's just stronger. Not in the academic sense, in the literal sense, right? It is more present. And the thing that I think is very interesting here, like, there's actually a really recent example here that I think is very interesting because the conservatives fucking hate this, right?
Yeah.
Bluey.
Okay.
Bluey is a girl who is blue.
Oh, yeah. Fucking weirdos about that, yeah.
No. This show actually completely eschews the gendered color theory idea, right?
Yeah.
It does so, like, I personally believe intentionally, but very casually. It doesn't draw attention to it. It doesn't make a big deal. It's not like, oh, blue can be for girls, too. It's just like, it makes sense. It's a fucking dog, right? Bluey is a blue healer. That's why she's blue.
Yes.
Right. They also make one of the huge focuses that this show has is on the relationship between a father and his daughters, which they also hate. Because it is portrayed as very much a just the very fact that Bluey as a show makes kind of a point of, like, I've done a bit of a deep dive into this particular program because it's very interesting to be a very popular and effective children's entertainment, right? It's not perfect, but it has a lot of positive things going for it. And one of the most positive things that it has going for it is there are situations in which the parents are wrong.
Ooh, that's going to make the conservatives more angry than anything else. Also, hello, 104th Clone Squad.
And often, what the parents are wrong about is boundaries.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's going to make some conservatives really furious. Yeah.
Really good episode of this show where I forget her name, but Bluey's little sister, right? Has a bit of a conflict with her dad because normally she's up for some roughhousing, but that particular day she wasn't. And he does a little bit too much roughhousing with her, and it very much upsets her. And the entire episode is about her figuring out how to express to him that she was upset by this, and that it was kind of a violation of boundaries. Obviously, like, not with this complex terminology. This show is for preschoolers, right? But the show is about how communicating, and like this episode is about how children should be able to communicate with their parents that something is not okay with them. And their parents should listen to them and allow their child to set that boundary.
Yeah,
right.
And that's
the thing that's really telling about this show's priorities is that the father character, right, proceeds to go, "Oh no, I'm so sorry."
Yeah.
Right? His response, once he is communicated with, right, once he figures out that he's done something wrong, is to say he's sorry and that he will do better, and let's work on better language so that we can communicate with each other more clearly about where the boundaries are. And that's like progressive education 101, right?
Yeah.
Like that's actually like pretty fucking amazing to see in a children's show that's very much about the relationship between parents and children, right? Something that frames to a preschool audience that their parents can do things that they are not okay with, and it can be something that they can talk to their parents about and should talk to their parents about. Because their ability to choose and have agency and make and set boundaries matters. And I love that. I love that so much.
Oh no, I love it.
Sort of thing that should be in children's education, right?
No, that's good. That's very good. It's I just want to make sure that in case anybody is like slightly confused here, the parental rights movement is something of a valuable cipher for understanding what American conservatism is in the 21st century. And the parental rights movement is a pretty polite term. I don't know that there's a better term. I do not think it's a particularly good term. I think perhaps if I were to be a more honest term might be the child abuse lobby.
Yep.
That might be a little bit more honest. This is a political movement and philosophy. It's it's one of these movements that's like a sub movement, right? It's not a like, it's not one of those ones you would recognize as a large scale thing. It is something that a small number of people partake in, and their ideas have a lot of cultural cachet and prominence among other conservative thinkers and conservative legislature in particular. And basically, there are a couple of rights that they are fighting for. Then the big one is that the state should not be allowed to intervene in cases of child abuse.
There should be no civil liberties for children.
Yeah,
basically.
yeah. That a parent should be the absolute dictator of their household.
And to a greater extent, in fact, it is often coupled with the idea that the parent should be the absolute dictator of the lived experience of their child.
Yes, I was actually going to bring that up. Thank you for the layup. This has extended into a parent should have veto power over their child's transition for life.
Yes.
Like there is legislation that if your parent doesn't want you to be allowed to transition, they should be able to stop you from transitioning into your 20s.
Yes.
I believe a couple states is 25.
Yes. On top of that, it's also rights over who you marry, rights over what you learn in school, your expression of religious faith, which you would think would be a fucking constitutional violation, but apparently it's not.
Yeah. Well, let the courts sort it out.
I don't really want to do that anymore.
I don't want to do that. I'm just saying that seems to be they seem to be not willing to just step back before the courts tell them to knock it off. And the one that struck me the most, it was like the first moment this like really hit me, that like confused me about this. I thought I kind of understood them. Was that there was a mass shooting recently, a few months ago. I won't say 3-4 months ago.
I mean, you could just say that about any time in the last 20 years, basically.
Yeah. Well, there's a specific one. There's a specific one where the father is on the hook. The father of the child is on the hook.
Oh, I know which one you're talking about.
Yeah. They charge the parents for giving the kid a gun.
Yes.
and I believe the father actually is going to prison for it.
Yes.
And the parental rights movement is fucking furious.
Yes, because the parental rights movement could also be known as the zero accountability for parents movement.
Yes, that's the part that like drives me a little bit nuts. I'm like, I feel like if you want to have the right to like dominate your kids like this, that absolutely means you are responsible for their actions. You are on the hook for their actions.
There is another name for this movement, by the way, that is actually relatively popular.
Mm-hmm.
The father's rights movement.
True. That's true. I did not highlight this because it's almost too obvious. But yes, unsurprisingly, profound levels of misogyny. Also, hello Sharkray and hello Flea Flicker.
As you say, dominance, right?
Yeah, dominance. I mean, and yeah, Sharkray. I mean, this is I always get a little bit. This is one of those things that I think was that always drives me a little bit nuts. I was raised with a political hypothesis that rights and responsibilities have correspondence.
Yes.
And there is definitely a strain of political theory that I know at least Graeber traces back to the Romans, which always take that with a grain of salt. David Graeber was a massive dilettante. That freedom as the concept of being free from the consequences of your action and free from your obligations to others.
Yes. And especially when it comes to this sort of thing, right? Mm-hmm. Okay, so it's not strictly a Christian thing. It is not. Yeah. It is absolutely not. Yeah. But there's a lot of Christianization of this concept, of the concept of God as the Father and therefore not accountable.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Right? The specific divine lack of accountability that is attributed with the Creator. Right? The sort of rhetoric, the grammar that goes, I put you in this world and I can take you out of it.
Mm-hmm.
Therefore, do not question me, do not second guess me, do not challenge me in any way. Right? And to me, this speaks of a position of profound insecurity.
Yeah.
And it always has, right? This is, in fact, one of the first things that alienated me from the idea of ever taking Christianity seriously as a faith, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is specifically for Protestant Christianity, how much of it seems to be a duck of the personal responsibility that it claims to champion.
Mm-hmm.
These ideas, like the very idea of Satan, right? Of a evil whispering force that can corrupt anyone at any time through magical bullshit evil powers, right? Is one of like, oh, so you're saying it's not your fault was that you weren't faithful enough, not that you actually did the bad behavior. Right? You have no real accountability for your actions. You have no real responsibility for the actions. You were manipulated, right?
Mm-hmm,
you were tricked and manipulated. And the very idea of the redemption, right? I am more sympathetic towards Catholicism, because Catholicism at least says, no, you're fucked. You can only redeem yourself. You can only redeem yourself, and never perfectly, right? Carry with you the sin no matter what. There's nothing you can do, right?
Yeah,
whereas Christianity posits that by being sufficiently devout, right? I say Christianity, but I mean Protestant faith.
Yeah, American Protestantism.
Yeah, English Protestantism too.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I just don't want to comment on England.
Protestantism generally posits the idea that through sufficient devotion to the faith, you can cleanse yourself of sin and be without sin.
Yeah.
Which I find a deeply anti-human sort of mentality.
It's a strange one to me, right? Again, I grew up Catholic, and it's a strange one to me because the way I tend to read that is that it stands in a weirdly direct contrast to the claim that you are having a personal relationship with God.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing is, like in Catholicism, you don't really have a personal relationship with God, right? Like
exactly.
You have a mediated relationship with God via the church. That's kind of the whole thing that is happening. But at the same time, the whole question of like divine grace and forgiveness of sins, that is about God making a personal decision with you, and about that being a personal relationship, And then the idea that in Protestantism you have a personal relationship with God, and also he can, like, you get to dictate terms to him, basically, based on your belief. That if you think the right thoughts, you can overpower God into doing things on your behalf, is something that always struck me as queer. Being very old-timey in my language there for a second. Very, 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 very incoherent and emotionally bizarre.
I find that a lot of especially evangelical faiths, right?
Yeah.
And evangelical teachings are extremely incoherent because they are so tied to, like, American evangelicism is so tied to the development of American culture.
Yes.
And it's not that strictly a matter of like evangelicals influencing culture. It's more honestly a matter of American culture influencing the expression of evangelical Christianity.
Oh yeah. No. It's I think of the evangelical church as, even if they are leading American power in a lot of ways, particularly since the 1990s, I think that most of their development has been reactive to broader trends. And I think that I think that any honest historian of it would be pretty upfront about it, that, you know, the types of reforms that led to evangelicalism in the 30s and 40s were reactions to other trends happening in American culture. There are definitely fundamentalist claims that they are the ones who are tapping into a true deep root of Christianity back to the deserts of the Levant. But I think that anybody who looked at it from a reasonable level of history would pretty readily say, like, oh, this is something that they believe because of this political trend that was already happening, or this cultural trend that they saw that preachers in this era were mad about.
For a little bit of culture of linguistic determinism here, gosh, it's almost like the name of the subset of Christianity is Protestant.
Yeah, it's almost like they are protesting.
Almost like they're protesting something, right?
Yeah.
Like, I wonder what that might mean. Nah, it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean anything, because words don't fucking mean anything, right? They're just like, they're magic, and they've always been this way, and they just came out of nowhere because God said so. Like, Protestant has no etymology whatsoever. God just said, you're a Protestant, so you're a Protestant. That's how it works, right? It's such an anti-questioning, anti-thought way of thinking. It's very unfortunate.
You know, to be the historian about this, to be the big history thing about this, the thing that is super critical to understanding American Christianity and why it seems so weird to people who are familiar with Christianity in other parts of the world, and particularly Europe, is, once again, America's cardinal and greatest sin: legal slavery.
Yes.
That the legal slavery, and in particular the what we can really truly talk about as a devil's bargain, in a pretty even non-religious sense, where we had a culture that had a lot of not even necessarily moral reasons to hate slavery. You know, even just economic and local cultural reasons to hate slavery, and they wedded themselves deeply to a culture that was of, by, and for slave owners. And so the awkwardness of having these two cultures married to each other before their eventual violent divorce for, you know, the first 70 years of our country, led to a bunch of insane things, and one of those really insane things was schisms. Many schisms in American Protestant churches along north-south lines. And the defining feature of this schism was Southern Southern preachers deciding that, from my perspective, I'm going to be very uncharitable here, because as my stream, and I don't have to be nice about it, and I'm nice all the time about all sorts of things. I'm not going to be nice about this one. Southern preachers deciding that if they have to make a choice between God and the local slave owner, they're going to choose the local slave owner as their master.
Yep.
And it's not that Christianity does not have its own affirmative things in the text of the Bible that can be used to rationalize slavery. But the South developed something of an arms race over being as ludicrously, radically, comically pro-slaveholding as you can be, to an extent that beggared the imagination. My favorite example of me being unk-core as hell, my favorite example of this being disastrously delusional, Emmerich Draws, have a good night, was during the Civil War, during our American Civil War, the Southern strategy, the key to the Southern strategy, right? Because the South was declaring independence, just like the United States declared independence from Great Britain. The key to this kind of strategy, to an independence war, is recognition from foreign governments that you are a legitimate government.
Yes.
Right? Yes, Emmerich Draws, there's. You have recognition from foreign governments, and so, in particular, the South was counting on France and the United Kingdom recognizing the South, the Confederate States of America, as an independent country. That is a load-bearing component of their strategy. That is more important than any battlefield victory.
Yes.
And the people they sent over to do that diplomacy were unapologetic slave owners who made the argument to, I want to emphasize to you again, Britain in the 1860s and post-revolutionary France, that slavery is a morally good institution that needs to be preserved, and that they should throw down on behalf of the Confederacy in order to preserve slavery for the future as a morally good institution on this planet.
Yep.
In case people are missing the subtext here, 1860s British aristocrats and post-revolutionary French bureaucrats despised slavery. Yes, in the 1830s, Flea Flicker, and in France in the 1790s.
It wasn't just that they had abolished it legally and that it was no longer kosher. It was legitimately that the aristocracy, the people who they were making the arguments to here, actually had a fucking hate on for this shit.
Yeah, they actively hated on this. This is like, it's like genuinely hard to come up. This is like going to the Soviet Union and insisting that monarchist theocracy is an institution that they should throw down on behalf of. It's an incredible level of delusion on their part. And again, it's downstream of the fact that, because like the way that this awkward marriage played out in the South was that you gained cultural cachet in the American South by saying increasingly radical things about how good slavery was. And that creates a bubble, right? A bubble and an echo chamber where you just believe increasingly out of pocket and insane things about how other people perceive you. Yeah, we can think of some institutions and some countries where we see this happening today.
God. Yeah. Golly gosh, it's so good that this is all ancient history that we never have to worry about again, right?
Yeah. Well, this is the reason why I'm emphasizing the element of this being a abstract cultural trend, right? That this is a result of a type of power dynamic that where once you have an unpopular culture that is able to take over a totalizing geographic region, they start to become pretty fucking detached. And if they are diplomatically allied to another culture that disapproves of their cultural practices very strongly, then they start getting weird about it.
Yes.
They start getting very strange about it. Do I say the thing that risks getting my channel nuked off of YouTube when this goes to YouTube?
I mean,
I think I've said it before.
Issues of race reality.
Well, I think I've talked. No, this is. I think I've talked about this before on the channel. There is polling, very modern polling. Well, I mean, I'll probably just take down the VoD if YouTube gives me shit about it. There is very modern polling that the Israeli public, by and large, like 80% of them believe that the Americans are going to like Israel more as a result of the U.S.-Iran war. that the current American adventure in Iran is going to improve U.S.-Israeli relations. It's like 80% of Israelis believe that, and that is very out of touch. That is very, very out of touch.
That's not even getting into the idea that, we're going to start seeing gas prices go up very soon. We're already seeing it, but it's not even a result of the actual shortages yet. Right.
Oh, we're on the cusp of it. Yeah, it's actually, well, I was talking with Potato Cat about this earlier.
Yeah.
Hello, Dioturn. And hello, Bug. Hello, Bug, and shout out to Bug. Always shout out to Bug, the shoutest out person.
The Bug.
Yeah, but absolutely not this one. I would say, Shark Ray, that there's the media environment in Israel is very is very weird. They are living in a very weird cultural bubble over there.
I mean, it's a radicalized propaganda theocracy, right?
Yeah.
So when you have a theocratic dictatorship, right? Theocratic ethno state. This is like the only way you keep yourself internally functional.
Yeah.
Basically, because it just does not hold up to common logic.
Yeah, well, and it's probably something to be said for the fact that extremists in Israel have been on a series of back-to-back domestic wins.
Yes.
And they have passed a point of no return several years ago where if they stop winning, their entire political project will fall apart very, very quickly.
Yes.
And so they don't have any route forward other than increasingly they don't have time to consolidate. They only have time for more maximalism. And I'll leave the predictions alone. I'll leave the predictions for other people to think about what they think. But this is one of those results, right? Is that Israel is very, in general, culturally out of step with the United States, but also very wed to the United States. And
yes, they are almost entirely reliant on us for their continued continuation, so to speak.
Yeah. Their political project is very downstream of their relationship with the United States. And
the relationship with the United States, and they've decided to wed themselves specifically to the American conservative movement.
Yeah.
The whatever we want to call the new conservative movement at this point, the MAGA guys, except that project is falling apart. So
and they've been very strange. They've been
the Nazis, the fascists,
the Nazis.
Right? The state of the Jews for the Jews has decided to ally themselves with a white supremacist fascist nation. Yes, that is what has happened. Right?
That's actually probably some of the stuff I heard coming out of CPAC is probably the most alarming for the Israeli project, even more than any of this other stuff that we've said here. That was actually like really bad news from a pro-Israel perspective. But anyway, this is so in the case of like why American religion is like this, a lot of it is downstream of this relationship between the North and the South and the institution of slavery. And like I said, it's we can talk about this as a general tendency. It's hard to define following from fact they sort of yeah, we're talking around it a little bit. I'm being, I think, relatively clear, but even then I'm talking around it a little bit, because freedom of speech has limitations. Even
Not
if I wish it didn't. That's because you're a wizard and you're very powerful. I am just an old man. They can take away my walker.
Okay, and I'll magic you a new one. Prithee, what shalt I fear with a wizard on your side?
I'll fear that the wizard will generate so many shotguns that I trip over them and accidentally shoot my own head off.
That is a legitimate worry.
That's about right.
But yes, it's
the other major component of American Christianity and specifically evangelicalism, right? Evangelicism, however you want to pronounce it, say it, right? The evangelical movement, right?
Yeah.
Is, of course, that it is intensely and heavily material capitalist.
Oh yeah, extremely.
and ties ideas such as one's personal moral value to one's material wealth, which is very strange for a faith that believes that you do not take it with you when you die.
Yeah, I would. This is actually a kind of part of why I think that like they are reacting more to other American cultural trends more than they are driving them. Is that they got fully fucking bought?
Yeah,
these guys are
they're bought and paid for.
Yeah,
100%.
fully bought and paid for, and not trying to hide it. Like, everybody watch First Reformed. Watch First Reformed, a great movie. But it's very, very they are followers much more than they are leaders, but they are capable, I think, of accelerating other trends in American culture. Right? They are not a leader, they are an accelerant.
As you might guess, the thing that I am most frustrated with is their presence in education and their general proponency of non-secular schools.
Yeah, that's
right. Which are not good, by the way. Just to clarify to everybody, non-secular schools are a problem. They're actually a problem. They are a public danger. Right, I will make that statement outright. I apologize for doing it on your stream, Al, and I will back off if you want me to on this subject. But I believe that non-secular schooling is a public danger. It is a danger to the cognitive well-being of the nation, and it is a danger to society because it posits a reality in which students are treated not as, even by capitalist terms, the customer, but as the product.
That's a really interesting way of putting it, and a pretty harsh one, and I don't even disagree. I have personally been somewhat frustrated by the movement around religious schooling, because the argument for the existence of religious schooling in general in the United States at a very core level is that without religious schooling, you won't have the schools. And this is an argument that is based on an economic and political situation that is pre-war. And has not been true for many generations at this point. And so I find it very asinine, and I think that it is just I partially think this is like my big bugbear about American politics. You know, we're apparently just doing the shouting about politics stream. My big bugbear about American politics as like what I think is like a real poison in our politics that is going to kill us as a country in the long run is accepting that because we have an institution to serve a previously existing phenomenon. So we had a problem, and then we developed an institution to solve that problem, and then the problem was solved, and now we need to go back and recreate that problem so that the people who work in that institution do not lose their jobs.
Yep. It's nonsensical.
It's stupid.
Chaos.
This is basically this is like the core argument that happens when people talk about like cars in America. This is actually what will happen if you scratch deeply enough into how we do auto funding. Is we can't do that. Like, people rely on it too much. And again, I have worked in I have worked with, you know, very poor people. I've worked with jobs, you know, helping very poor and very disadvantaged people, and many of the things that we do in that are very, very shitty. We are doing things inefficient, shitty ways because, oh no, it would hurt the people who already invested in the shitty way of doing things if we did things the right way. And where this gets to its apotheosis, its absolute maximum, is private health insurance.
Yes.
Private health insurance exists because if we had public health insurance, the people who do private health insurance would lose their jobs. That is it. It is fucking infuriating. Also, Vovern, have a good night.
That coupled with an overinvestment in the idea of private choice, right?
Yeah,
by the customers, right?
Yeah, which is clearly asinine because we can do a customer satisfaction survey, right? We can do this.
Yep.
And we have the customer satisfaction survey.
Yeah. The thing that you run into here, which is a problem that I believe needs to be solved, right?
Mm-hmm.
And this not necessarily to enact a better public healthcare system or a better public transit system or really enact or a better public schooling system, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think we need to do this to resolve all that, but we do need to do this for the the safety, right?
Mm-hmm.
Of our society, basically, is get people over the fucking idea that having 3 bad choices is better than having 1 good choice. We have to get people over this idea that being able to make the bad decision is a meaningful contribution to their safety and comfort.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
And I am not arguing for tyranny here. I want to be real, right? What I want is for there to be 3 good choices. That's what I want. That's the ideal, right? That's what I'm hoping will emerge. I think that's what will emerge. But having a good option that actually does the job, that helps people, that makes people comfortable and safe, versus having 3 options, none of which do that. Why is the latter preferable? Because you get to pretend that you have a choice that means something. That's why.
Mm-hmm.
Right? If you make a choice and all it does is choose how you get hurt, you're a fucking idiot for defending that. I'm gonna be real. Being able to choose your own exploitation is not a meaningful freedom. It's just not.
We're on the gamer. We're on the gamer part here. We're on the gamer. We're on the gamer website here. So let's put it in gamer terms here, right? But what in the case of health insurance, because health insurance is like a relatively easy one to talk about. It turns out that if you do health insurance with remotely optimal terms, the meta choice will in fact completely extinct everything else, and there will be no gameplay loop. There will be no gameplay loop to choosing your health insurance because there is in fact a one best choice. So the devs have to come in and ban the good strategy by fiat in order to keep the gameplay loop of stressing out about your health insurance and having fucking ulcers every time you go to the doctor alive.
Yes. But it must be said, right, that this specific example, this specific framing, right?
Yeah.
Is exactly what I think needs to be solved.
No, it's a stupid framing. It's a stupid fucking framing.
Yeah.
We don't need going to the doctor's office shouldn't be a competitive event.
Exactly. Here's the idea that I think is going on in American culture in general, and it's gotten worse since 1997, right?
Mm-hmm.
Arbitrary, but I was just going for a time when video games became kind of mainstream and popular, right?
Mm-hmm.
Enough to be getting in the news in a way that isn't just satanic panic, right? The idea that making good choices, right, should be a thing that's a challenging skill to master.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of fucking brain dead obvious because you are actually equipped to make a good choice.
Mm-hmm.
Right? There's a difference between navigating difficult situations as a skill that's worth having, because that is a skill that's worth having. There's gonna be things in your life, guys, everybody's life, that are gonna be fucking hard. That are unavoidably hard. But shit like this shouldn't be one of them.
Yep.
It shouldn't be hard to make a decision that doesn't get you killed. Maybe in a fucking video game, that's fine, right? In a video game, that's fine. But a video game is fucking played for entertainment. A video game is a simulation of making really important critical decisions that are life or death. In a lot of ways. Your normal everyday decisions should not fucking be life or death. You should have a fucking safety net from that. And the idea that people romanticize the idea of living on the fucking edge like this is insane. It is boggling.
It's also
blows my mind.
You know what? I'm gonna make an argument. I'm gonna go in the other direction from where we've often gone on our chat, because you and I hate a specific kind of nostalgia, but I'm going to invoke that specific kind of nostalgia.
Yes, go for it.
The 90s had the right idea about this, which is you can just go skydiving. You can go bungee jumping, you can learn how to skateboard.
Exactly.
You
want to fucking risk your life, you can risk your life. There are lots of ways to do that.
Yeah,
right?
It shouldn't be something you shouldn't force the rest of us to do this shit every fucking day.
Yeah, like I'm gonna be real. I would even be more okay with the idea that like everybody must skydive once in their life.
Yeah.
Right? I would be okay with that idea if it led to this being compartmentalized into this one experience rather than an everyday torture for the average person who can't fucking navigate a system to go see a physician so they can get cold medication. Like, holy fucking shit, it's infuriating how dumb this all is. I'm sorry, I'm just getting mad now.
Yeah, no. Well, because this is infuriating. It's worth being mad about. It's worth being mad about. And it's one of those things that, there's actually a very funny variation on this to talk about, which is like we're talking about like preserving institutions where you make high skill decisions and then like everybody has to do them. There is a field where there is a high skill decision making ceiling, and that high skill decision making ceiling exists alongside a clearly better choice for 99% of cases. There is a place in American culture and society that is not just a game, that is a real thing with real consequences for people, where there is a dominant meta choice that just nukes everything else, and that is stock market.
Fellas?
Yep. What's up?
I must go. Farewell.
Okay, Nyanomancer, thank you for stopping by. Thank you
I
for
have
being
nothing to
Nyanomancer.
offer political-wise, and I've been sitting here quietly fucking with my graphics drivers. So, I will no longer be a burden here. Farewell.
You were not a burden, and we could have, if you want, we can pivot to another topic. But if you want to fight your graphics
No. I
drivers,
had to restart my computer. That's why. That's why I'm leaving.
Okay. Well, you're welcome back if we get a little bit less hot on the topics, or if we don't. Okay, that was Nyanomancer. That was my cat.
Oh god, I'm huge.
I fixed it. That was
my
quick
cannon
fix.
size, by the way.
Yeah. Big bird.
Yeah.
But yes. Which is stock market. Unless you have some very specialized information or are really talented in some very weird ways, the best stock market decision is dump it in a tracker. Hello, Ryan.
Yep.
You will not beat the tracker. Now, if you are capable of beating the tracker, you don't need me to tell you that. But if you are just fucking around, just dump it.
If you're an amateur or a casual, so to speak, right?
Yeah. If you are anything less than the top 1% of investors, just dump it. Have a good night, Wasteland. Have a good night. And this still exists alongside us allowing stuff like Robinhood to exist. Robinhood still is around. Even though, like, frankly, you're a fucking moron. If like you are by default bad at the game if you are even firing it up and doing individual stocks. Right?
Yep. Now, an
ETF that reproduces S&P 500 or similar. Thank you, Gringotts. Gringotts actually does know. Yes, that's what I do. Is I just use an ETF that tracks. I think mostly S&P. It might track NASDAQ as well. I'm not sure. But yeah,
it's almost like that name. That name is a reference to something there.
Yeah,
a reference to like a skill set of some sort. You know?
Yeah. Activated Gringotts on that one.
Yeah,
I was afraid that it would.
Of course, the most obvious real meta winning strategy right now is to be a member of the Trump administration.
Oh yeah, no, that's insane. That's no. That's if you have insider information, yes. If you have insider information and are fully aware in advance that you will get a pardon for any level of crime, just do insider trading. Like, come on, like there's a reason why it's illegal, but if it's if something that is illegally good at making money is available to you because of a broken legal system, like I don't actually have a counter argument. Like I think you shouldn't do it because I am obligated to not tell you to actually commit crimes for real on twitch.tv.
The real reason to not do it is because you're not a member of the Trump administration, so you're not forgiven for this shit, right?
Yeah.
You're not a billionaire, probably, so you're not giving. If you are a billionaire, please give us a couple $1 million right now. Thank you.
Hello, Mina. How is Subnautica, Mina?
I'm glad people are enjoying Subnautica, actually. The first game was, like, huge on Twitch, so I'm glad the second one is pleasing people.
Mina said that Subnautica 2 is actually a lot chiller than Subnautica 1.
It is, actually.
Interesting. Because my story about Subnautica 1, I didn't get to say. I was in Mina's chat and she was like, "Hey, maybe you'll enjoy it." My story about Subnautica 1 is that I was so relaxed while streaming it that one of my mods had to come on in order to be scared to make it an entertaining show. I was so chill about it.
So my experience with Subnautica mostly, aside from Mirabelle falling completely in love with the first game, is that I was trying to get Nagi and Nino's attention for almost 10 hours, and they were not paying any attention to chat.
They were so locked in. It's actually really funny that we're having this conversation right after Nyano left.
It's really nice to see people just get locked in sometimes, though. Like, people seem to enjoy people locking into this fucking game, is the truth, right?
Yeah. Sharkray, I went ope when I got Eden. I was like, oh.
Hello.
Oh, Nyano is back. Yeah, Nyano is back.
Yeah. I heard my name in Subnautica. I'm interested again.
Yeah. I appreciate your honesty.
Yeah.
I appreciate your honesty.
Just finished restarting.
Yeah. No. Mina came by and she'd been playing. So I've been watching her Subnautica stream. So we pivoted to talking about Subnautica. So I will just say, like, the main reason why I'm not super interested in playing it is that the like. Go out into the environment, collect resources, go back to your base, craft stuff, gameplay loop, I just kind of don't like.
You don't have the right kind of ADHD for this.
I don't. It's
skill issue.
It's skill issue here. There are games where I consider it like a fine thing to deal with.
Do you like the Viking one? Whatever. I always forget its fucking
Valheim.
name. Valheim. Yeah, do you like
Valheim?
Valheim now. No, I don't want to be here anymore.
Valheim never really appealed to me. The one that got me was V Rising.
V Rising I really tried to like.
Yeah, I understand why you didn't like it.
V Rising, my actual real problem with V Rising is that it has the fucking Guild Wars 2 problem. I have the same problem with Last Spell as well, actually.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
I don't like everything that you can do being defined by like what weapons you're equipping.
Okay.
You hate Diablo 2.
Diablo 2 has classes.
Diablo 2 has classes and skills. No, he's talking about like.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
He's talking about like in V Rising or in Last Spell, like you equip a weapon and that is the verbs that you have. The verbs you have are downstream of the weapons you have. Which
sick of this linguistic nonsense. Oh my god.
I
hop onto an academic channel and I'm surprised.
Guild Wars, yeah.
Yeah, Guild Wars. It's Sharkray. It's worth saying, like, I haven't played a lot of other games like that, but like I don't like Terraria.
Good.
I don't like even in V Rising, I consider it something of a tax to do that stuff. I'm trying to think of like other games I've played that have that gameplay loop.
I think a game that would be very successful here, hypothetically, right? Is a game that functions like this, but it plays more like Monster Hunter. It's more of a Monster Hunter gameplay loop, where go hunt big thing, take back to base, craft better gear to fight bigger thing, right? But with a persistent world, right? I think that has a lot of potential for like a incredibly addictive gameplay loop, rather than hit a tree for a while. It's
the thing that they're touching on that I don't think they've quite landed super. I there might be some game out there that's landed super well. I just haven't played it. Would be if it was like on exploration.
I think
and
that
also
would be really good.
Yeah, if it was on like exploration or like movement. as opposed to just like killing things all the time. Like if the problem is like the killing things being the center of the gameplay, like and I understand like why people have gone to crafting is that crafting is a way of allowing players to do progression, but allowing them to do it relatively freeform and on a slow incrementation basis as opposed to on a random number basis.
I personally am of the opinion that the actual problem with the crafting systems in these games is that it's way too fucking video gamey. I don't want an entire game based on like World of Warcraft's crafting subsystems. Like, how about some actual logic? Being like Skyrim has more logic in its actual crafting than most of these games do. They're just like, here is your list of materials that you need to make the item. Go collect it, right? It's like it's checklist simulator, right? It's grocery shopping simulator. I personally would really, really, really enjoy a game that maybe had like a slightly more blueprinting influence, right? This idea that you have to actually determine what you need, what materials have what properties, how to combine them in an interesting way, that sort of stuff. There have been some games that have attempted this, even with just like menu-based crafting, right? But none of them have really succeeded. The specific thing that I was talking about in regards to the weapons being, verbs being downstream of the weapon, right?
Yeah.
What I actually want is everything being downstream of a core identity element, right? Which is then you have equipment, which there are then more verbs downstream of that are relative to that core identity element, right? Guild Wars 2 does this a little bit more than like the last spell does, where, for example, a Mesmer and a Warrior do different things when they have a great sword equipment.
Yeah. Okay.
My issue with it is still just that there's still like 4 buttons and they're always the same, and it's like a completely linear progression that is easily swapped in and out. It doesn't feel like there's commitment, right? And that's kind of unsatisfying to me, right?
But yeah, I will say, like the thing I might do for as like a Subnautica capitalization would be engage one of my favorite retro games of them all, Treasures of the Deep. Yeah. Yeah.
I guess the other of the Deep yet, but I do know that game. Yeah.
Yeah.
That'd be cool.
Banger soundtrack. One of the best ever.
Banger soundtrack. Yeah.
Yeah.
I could engage with the Subnautica by playing XCOM Terror from the Deep.
Ooh, yeah. I've not played that.
Fucking games ever made. That game fucking sucks. Like, it's really bad. Like, I've said this before on your stream, I think. You can lose. Like, you can get a game over, scrap your save, start over, before you take a single turn in that game.
Very funny. Very funny. That's taking true TTRPG inspiration.
Yes. It's basically, if you roll badly with enemy placement in the first map, right? The aliens will surround your ship and destroy it before any of your guys get out of it.
Amazing.
It's so stupid. It's such a fucking kusoge. Like, it's such a trash game. Which is why, of course, I love it.
Yeah. This is what makes it XCOM, baby.
Yeah, pretty much.
You can't have XCOM be good. That's fucked up.
I do think a creature like Zoo game would actually be really interesting here. Like a game where what you actually are supposed to do is like animal husbandry, basically, instead of like killing and farming for meat. I think that could be really interesting. You of course have like Power World, which is very silly about this, but it doesn't really get to that point, right?
We have CL Scrivener has joined us, has raided us. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in, Raiders. How are you doing, CL? How are you doing, CL? What were you up to? The Witness. Speaking of
good video games.
Yeah. The one of the few video games that I think is about making video games that I think actually like executes on it. That I can forgive for that, I should say.
Yeah.
For being self-referential.
Stanley Parable is the other one that I can really forgive for that.
Oh yeah, Stanley Parable. Well, Stanley Parable just rules too much. But yes, how was Witness? How many puzzles did you solve? Did any of them hurt your head? But welcome in. For the Raiders, my name is Almantas VT. I'm a former professor of sociology, current VTuber, and old man who love old things. I am mostly a handcam streamer, and I have been completely derailed from handcamming by talking about game design with these two gentlemen, Mr. Mikks and Mr. Nyanomancer.
That's me, I'm Mikks. I heard my name, so I have to, acknowledge that I heard my name, or else nobody will believe that I'm sentient.
Exactly. That is how it works.
Dude, my theory of mind is so powerful that I think rocks can think.
I mean,
Perfect.
they can. That's what silicon is, right? Like silicon.
That's not
silicon
thinking.
computing chips.
Silicon is the only rock which actually cannot think.
Fair enough.
The close to 100. That's so many.
That's a lot.
Oof.
Pretty good.
Whew. I'm
Nice
still
to
thinking a lot about I remember listening to a person who was reviewing The Witness on a podcast, and it was interesting to hear them discuss this, because they had run into this criticism of The Witness, that The Witness is just like, you just are doing a bunch of line puzzles. You're just doing a bunch of maze puzzles. And that's what the game is. And people were like, well, what is all of this about? And the person was just like, do these people not know what a puzzle is? Do they not experience joy?
Yeah. I mean, one of my favorite video games that's about video games is a weird Souls-like. I've talked about this game a couple times, but titled The Last Hero of Nostalgia.
Okay, I've not heard of this.
And okay, so the premise of this game is that you're some deleted junk fragment data video game character, right? In a world called Nostalgia, which is a reference to a whole bunch of classic video game genres, right?
Okay.
And this game plays almost exactly like Dark Souls 1, by the way, just for context. This is a point. And the first thing that happens is that the narrator starts talking shit about you.
All right, yes, nice.
And then you beat the tutorial boss, and the narrator goes, fuck you, that's bullshit, and then proceeds to revive the tutorial boss, but harder.
No, see, I respect it enormously. I think that's a respectable... The challenge of overcoming a puzzle is actual gaming. That's gaming I can respect.
I have a question to ask CL in just a second, but the thing that's really interesting about Nostalgia, right, is not just that it's a video game trivia reference game. Everything in the game is a reference to something. Everything, right? But that the actual point of the game is basically, this genre has kind of jumped the shark, hasn't it? Right? With this game came out after Elden Ring, and the basic game is a comment on what is a meaningful story, what is a meaningful challenge, how does challenge interact with a story, right? With the narrator being this hostile figure who's no, this isn't worthy enough. This is just some fuck who's getting lucky, and it's not skilled enough, and it's not good enough, right? And it's very much doing some stuff there, right? That I thought was really cute. Also, it's a $20 game. It's not that long.
You are really selling me on this one. You're really selling me on this one. I was thinking about how I can take advantage of the wave of love for underwater games, and I was thinking about Treasures of the Deep, or what were the other ones that I was thinking about? Is I was the wet games, some wet games. I still haven't played Dredge. I don't know if I own Dredge, but yeah, you have sold me on this. This sounds actually really interesting to me, and it sounds
it's
very,
cute.
very funny.
It has really, really distinctive visual direction, and it's really taking the piss out of the genre, right? Which
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
the genre deserves at this point.
It does remind me of a game called Icy that I did not beat from a couple of years ago, which is a side-scrolling action platformer. It's to me, I thought it looked very deliberately like Odin Sphere.
Yeah.
And it's got a narrator, and the narrator will comment on will narrate what you're doing, but will start commenting occasionally on the game design of it. And I think one of the funniest ones is that there's a pathway that you can take that's not really well indicated. It's not really closed off, right? It's it's a side street that is not really in line of action, and you go on it, and eventually you get to an unfinished work in progress that he just published. And the narrator starts whining about how people have too high of expectations for games. And you can audibly hear him eating potato chips. And he's just
Kinda
like,
funny. Okay, that's kind of funny. I appreciate that.
yeah.
Right. I was gonna ask Seal if Seal, have you ever played Baba Is You? Mostly because I feel the need to show Baba Is You at every given opportunity. But
Oh yeah, play Baba Is You.
If you like puzzles, you will like Baba Is You. Baba Is You is phenomenal about this. It's one of the best puzzle games ever made.
And every time Baba Is You comes up, I have to shill one of the funniest puzzle games of all time.
Mhm.
Super is hot.
Yes, Super is hot. There's also, of course, Baba Commits Tax Evasion, Mobile Suit Baba.
Yeah, Mobile Suit Baba's been on my radar for a few years now.
Mobile Suit Baba it's just Into the Breach, but with Baba.
Okay. It's not fundamentally different.
No, it's not fundamentally different aside from the fact that it has Baba in it, so it does Baba things. Right?
Okay. Yeah, because Super is hot is super hot, but also Baba Is You simultaneously.
Mm-hmm.
Like you have a super hot layer to the game and a Baba Is You layer to the game, and you have to solve both of them.
Yes.
itch.io Sharp, right? That's where good games live, is itch.io.
Yes. I believe also where a lot of bad games live. But,
yes, of course. Yeah, no. An environment that has good games will have bad games.
There's also, if I recall, Baba Is You Extreme, in which Baba just has a skateboard, and that's the only difference.
Oh, that's pretty good. That's pretty good.
This game is really phenomenal. Once you start working out the logic of the game, it really opens up. Like, it's crazy good, right? Like, it's a crazy good game. Huge amount of content too.
Yeah, I am. It was actually really funny. One of my first things that I encountered in streaming was Ronan encouraging me really hard to play Baba Is You, which I had already played a fair amount of, but she really wanted to see me play it, and it was really interesting because it was an interesting example of somebody like misdiagnosing what my deal is. Because Ronan thought it would be really interesting to watch me because she thought I was a lot like Kari Kari. This is wrong. This is wrong.
Yes. No, you have a very different sort of psychological profile from our dear friend Kari, right?
Yeah.
Look up at the screen, dude. Look up at the screen. Look at the screen. Look up. You're staring at the ground. What are you embarrassed of? Are you embarrassed of something? Come on, dog.
I'm looking at. Well, actually, that's a good sign that you're telling me that I'm looking down too far, because that means I just need to calibrate my camera, because I'm actually just looking at my model. That was.
Quit looking at it. Quit looking at it. What are you looking at it for? Are you a narcissist? Come on, dog.
It's not me. It's a model.
You mean the little?
It is you. It's a representation of you.
Yeah.
No, it's a representation of an ancient Roman guy from Syria.
He means the little Roman guy that he's gonna paint. Yeah,
it's a representation of the Syrian guy from ancient Rome.
Quit looking at him. Don't look at him anymore. Come on, don't do it. What's he doing?
What if I had said I was looking at you, Nyano?
Keep looking at me. Come on, man. Keep looking at me. I'm the most important person here. Come on, man. Come on. He can do this, man. Come on, just slap me.
That's pretty good.
But yeah, it's. I mean, I will say, Photosindros, this is one of those forms of content that I've only done once, and I should do more often because it's super fun when I have done it. That Nagi has particularly encouraged me to do. Both Nagi and Mikks have really pushed me to do more. Is the itch.io roulette.
It's so good. It's such good content, man. It's also like you can do it free. That's the best part about it.
Yeah. I mean, this is how Nagi played Slot Waste, which rules.
Slot Waste rules. One of my favorite things that has ever come out of the itch.io roulette is Brother Ty's faux restaurant, right?
Yeah, that thing's crazy.
It's so good.
Hello, Huggatree.
But yeah, also, like, one of my favorite games of all time technically comes through itch.io in the form of the DreadX collection, right?
Okay,
Which is almost entirely almost entirely itch.io developers at the time, which is Solipsis, one of the games in DreadX Collection 2, where you play as an astronaut at the moon.
Okay.
And it's hard to explain exactly what this game is about, but the gameplay loop involves you walking and then rationalizing.
Okay, I like this.
And it has almost perfect ludonarrative progression.
Oh, there's that word again.
Yeah, it's a good word.
It is
I like it a lot.
extremely good. It is the closest to a ludonarratively perfect experience that I have ever played. It's less than 20 minutes long, for context, right? That's why it's able to be so close to perfect, right?
Are we talking about God?
But yeah, I do adore that game. Hi Vex, again.
Vexing cats. This is 21.
21.
This should be up here. This I think is number 20. My handwriting got a little bit smudged. This one should be 21, who is on the pedestal.
You should when you get to 23, you should place you should color it the color of the Garland from Megazone 23. You should use that color palette. This is the entire reason why the number 23 is significant to me, just because of Megazone 23, by the way, just for context.
I think whenever you get to 78, you should paint him like Grandpa.
For my birthday? For my age?
Yeah. No. This is a reference to the Gundam.
Oh.
Right.
Oh.
Yeah,
I should send you the thread, but
don't do it.
Actually, I will just send it once I pour this water.
No.
This is important for Mikks.
No, don't do it. Don't do it.
Reacts. Actually, it's important enough to see how Mikks reacts. I might just put it on screen.
Don't do it.
Just so that people know what Mikks is reacting to.
Al, it's not worth it. Don't do it.
Where is it? I just need to find where I put it.
Al, please think of the children.
I am thinking of the children. I think the children are going to laugh.
Run away, Chad. He's not thinking about you at all.
I think it's
He's abandoned the children of God.
I lost track of it.
Good. It's working.
We're gonna react. We're gonna react to another VTuber here, for a few seconds. We're gonna react to another VTuber here for a few seconds.
This is the content that the people demand from us, I think.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
The three of us here.
Okay.
They really want to hear what you have to say about VTuber drama, I think.
Yes.
Right?
Yes. This is good VTuber drama. So, I put it up on screen.
Really good.
American fans.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Gundam Seed is bad and it's more popular in America than it is basically anywhere else. I'm not sure what is going on here.
Okay. I was just wondering if like watching a beloved VTuber get conned into watching Gundam Seed. I was expecting a stronger reaction.
I'm gonna be honest. I can see a lot of VTubers preferring Gundam Seed to Classic Gundam, and this is not an indictment of their character or anything like that. Even though I personally think Gundam Seed is trash, it is because Gundam Seed is like way more sexed up. It has a lot more interest in the sexual desires of their characters, and a lot of that kind of like almost soap opera like drama element that a lot of people seem to just want out of anime. Also, it's really melodramatic, right? Original Gundam is too, but this is really melodramatic, featuring, you know, J-pop that is probably familiar to anyone around the age of 25.
Hold on a second.
Right?
Is like, Seed the one with the space elevator worship?
What? No. That's 00. No, sorry. That's not 00. Sorry, 00 has a space elevator. The space elevator worship is fucking G-Reco. Rikengusta in G, which is a Tomino show, so it's automatically good even though it's not that good. I actually liked Rikengusta in G a lot. I thought Rikengusta in G was good. I thought that the people who didn't like it were being stupid little babies. The movies are much better though. The movie version of Rikengusta is just much better at every level. It's better animated, it's better paced. Yeah.
Mikks has strong opinions about Gundam. News at 11.
So the initial premise of Gundam Rikengusta NG is in the distant future, the very distant future, before turn A, but in the distant future of the Universal Century, there is a Earth culture that worships a gigantic space elevator as an essential life-giving good, right?
As
there
you
are
do.
also people on various other planets, but there's no space colonies left, right? Only like on the moon and on like Mercury and shit like that, right?
I hate to live on
And
Mercury.
so
Yeah,
the
that
thing that's
sounds
very
awful.
interesting about this is not only does the show kind of present this idea of like being religiously indoctrinated by a space elevator as completely fucking silly and ridiculous, right? It also just completely and unironically and without question presents the protagonist as a religious zealot.
That's fun. I like that.
Bellry is actually extremely religious to the point where one of the major traumatic events that happens in the story, where he just starts screaming incoherently and then almost starts a war, happens not because anything bad has happened to him personally or anyone he knows or like any sort of consequences have occurred, but because people are fighting too near the space elevator, and that's fucking illegal. You can't do that. That's like heresy. Don't fucking do that. Why are you fighting near the space elevators?
It's
Right?
it's a yeah. There's a piece of God, a piece of space elevator. Yeah, it makes sense to me. I think that's perfectly coherent. I think it's perfectly
Sharkray,
coherent.
try Ultraman Zero. Ultraman Zero is a live-action OVA series that was made for an older audience, right? It's not for kids. It's for like a audience of people who grew up watching like Ultraman like Mebius or Ultraman Nexus, right? So people who are probably like about 27, 28 now. So it's got a little bit more sophisticated storytelling, really good. It's an OVA, so it had like it was like a movie series basically. So its general like production quality is higher than television series usually have. I'd also suggest Hideki Anno's on Shin Ultraman, which is a very faithful tribute to the original Ultraman, right? I will also suggest that if you really liked Netflix Ultraman, I would strongly suggest reading Line Barrels of Iron and Get a Robo Devolution, which are by the same authors as that Ultraman series, right? As well as Batman Justice Buster, which was published by DC Comics, by the way, by those same authors. Very good authors. Do not watch the Line Barrels of Iron anime. It is very, very, very bad. Like, it's really bad. Like, really, really bad. Just read the manga.
I have a question, important question for chat.
Okay.
Does the Mini look super washed out on the camera?
Washed.
Not to me.
You gotta say it right.
Okay, I'll hyper-roticize it. Washed. Does it look washed?
Thank you for roticizing.
Okay. Blue says yes. Theo says no. Interesting.
Okay, what are your monitor settings? Share them immediately.
On my monitor, it looks
Not you,
insane.
them. It's irrelevant what you're doing. It's everybody else that's important. Sorry, that came out really harsh, and that wasn't intended to be the case. I'm so sorry. I have not listened.
A wizard never
This is an
apologizes.
excuse, and it's a very poor one. But I woke up too late today to take my medication, so I'm kind of losing it.
Ah, that's why you're here. That's why you're here. Not because you're my friend.
What?
I'm just making fun.
No, holy shit, dude. Friend? Wizards don't have friends.
Uh,
I'm
Wizards
abusing you
only
for
have
content.
potential rivals.
No. Wizards don't have rivals either. Wizards are like entities of their own. They don't acknowledge anything else existing in the universe.
Okay, I'm gonna play around here for a second because like in person it looks fine. I put a light diffuser over my lights, and it's like this, and it looks better on the monitor, but to my naked eyes, it's super dark, and it's really hard to see. So my camera is picking up more light than my actual eyes, which is funny. And
I mean, as cameras often are supposed to do.
yeah. And it is a iPhone camera, which means that I don't have a lot of manual control over it. And so I could play around with the gamma and stuff on my OBS. That's about the option I've got.
Okay, actually, I'm going to tell you this right now, all right?
Yeah.
Here's the genuine solution, okay? Next time we go to Japan, we get you a better camera.
I mean the big problem for me on that one, and we've talked about this before, Nyano, is that I don't know what I'm looking for, and every time I talk to people who do know things about cameras, they cannot teach me what the hell I'm even asking.
All right, I can teach you. Ask me a question and I'll give you the answer.
Okay, what I want is a camera that look good while streaming.
That look good while streaming? Okay. I'm going to tell you right now, that is a horrible thing to want.
Nice. Well, the
You know
problem
why?
is that my camera,
It's because that's too vague.
yeah, I know, that's the problem. I don't have enough of a vocabulary.
Alrighty then. Then we're going to get you my exact camera. Because it
So
look
the
good
main
while
thing I
streaming.
would say, vocabulary-wise, is you probably need to define criteria for what looked good while streaming. That's
Which
probably what
one?
you actually need to do, not in camera terms, in your opinion on what looked good while streaming terms. Right?
I'm going to tell you right now, I am very pleased with the camera I have, and I highly recommend it.
Okay.
Sorry, I just flat banged everybody for like 1 second.
What do I have? That's a great question. Let me look at it again.
None of this looks
Oh, a
remotely
Sony
right.
Alpha 6400.
None of this looks remotely right. Yeah, the camera for my hand cam. The camera for my face cam is also not great, but the camera for my hand cam is bothering me a lot more.
Yeah, so for context, the Sony Alpha 6400 is a $850 camera.
Not in Japan.
That is true, especially if you get it secondhand. You can actually get it cheaper.
I think I paid
in a
about
lot
like
of
$400
different ways.
for mine.
It is a very good camera, right?
And the crazy thing is that if I were to sell it right now, I could sell it for like $700.
Yeah. No, the cameras don't stop being expensive. That's the thing.
It's awesome.
Right? I don't know if I agree with that statement, but you know, yeah, I've been
It's a
trying
little
to
too
find
contrasty
like
now?
the truth is like my father has so many fucking cameras that I don't actually ever think about buying a camera. So, but not a lot of video stuff, right? So
I'm gonna turn off all these filters. I was just playing around with filters, and
Anyway.
nothing looked
Yeah,
right.
yeah,
Everything
yeah.
looked terrible. Everything looked awful.
No, I will say like the chainmail vest is like extraordinarily bright.
Yeah, no, it doesn't look that bright in real life.
I have a question for you. How far away? How far away is the funny little lamp? How close is it?
The lamp or the camera?
The lamp.
Okay, lamp is that distance.
Move it the fuck away.
Okay, so like this is what is happening here, right? Like that looks okay on the screen, but in real life, I'm having trouble telling the colors apart.
Really?
The
Okay.
camera's just picking up
Dude.
way more light than my eyes are.
Dude.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like very dark in real life at this point.
All right, suffer.
Yeah.
You gotta suffer for your
my-
art.
Yeah, suffer
This
for my-
this is your laying flat on your back, painting the roof of the Sistine Chapel.
Actually the probably better one is in fact to put the diffuser back on.
Diffuser?
Yeah.
I'm not gonna finish that. I'm not gonna finish that. I apologize for even starting that.
um
Oh,
Well,
that actually looks
that
really
all
good
said-
now.
yeah, no, the diffuser
I
makes it
should
look quite
probably-
good. Yeah.
I
Never
should
mind, we'll get
probably
it
take
away.
off so as not to overstrain my voice. Right?
Okay. Yeah, I did. I was worried about that.
No, don't.
Unfortunately,
It's not.
I'm
It's
hungry.
not a huge worry. I'm not feeling it really, but
I was worried about it just because you had a long and successful stream today. That's all.
yet long is relative. But yeah, mostly just. I think it's probably better if I rest for a little while. Maybe I'll come bug you again. And
I was about to say I'll be here for hours. So
yeah, you'll be here for hours. You pull me on to talk about a specific subject. We are done talking about this subject. I will be back. I will be
All
in
right.
chat. All right.
have a good
See you
have a
guys.
good one, Yana. Mix. Have a good one, Mix.
Yeah.
Literally the only
Have a
two
good one,
people.
Yana.
Cat and the birds. Holy shit.
Okay.
Hello, Al.
Hello, Nyano. I'm going to change the stream title to reflect the change. Yeah, the app for the iPhone that lets you do this has like, I maybe I can play around with it a little bit more, but it does not have a lot of controls.
No. The way, Al, I'm actually going to leave. I'm hungry. I'm going to fix this.
Oh,
snack.
you bastard.
I'm sorry. I'm
You
sorry.
bastard.
I'm sorry.
Depriving me of your presence after
I'm
granting
so
it to me.
sorry.
This is so fun.
I'm
This is like getting
genuinely
addicted to
sorry.
water.
Look, dude, the call of the oatmeal is overpowering right now. I need you to understand this, okay?
Oh jeez. I can change the color temperature. That's bad.
Oh, dude, we're in Mexico.
Yeah, I can Mexico myself.
Dude, I love the Mexico filter. It's one of my favorite things in the universe. But anyway,
Yes.
I'm going. You can just magic the food to you? No, I can't. Actually, you want to? I have something really funny to tell you. Well, before I go,
Yeah.
I have never once ordered food to the apartment because I don't know how to let people in, and I'm too afraid to ask at this point.
Incredible.
I was told how to do that by my roommate approximately like 6 months ago, and I've forgotten it.
Oh no.
There's a specific way to it, and I'm scared to ask him.
Just meet them at the lobby, or do what I do.
What is the fucking point of delivery if I had to leave my apartment?
Do what I do. Do you know what I do?
What do you do?
I don't order delivery.
Well, yeah, I don't either. That's been my solution. I just walk.
It saves you so much money. Delivery is like the luxury.
Yeah, it's that should be the name for an app. Deluxury for delivery. Deluxury. I think I can workshop this into working. But anyway, I'm bougie and have a doorman. Holy shit, Blue. That's crazy. But you know what's crazier?
That you're leaving.
Oatmeal.
Have a good one. Enjoy the oatmeal. All right. Let me change the stream title again. Okay. There we go. So how are you doing, chat? Now that I've had a 2.5 hour stream, where 2 hours of which were with a collab mate, I am a little bit derailed. Also, how does it look now? Because I did find a brightness setting in the camera app, and it might have done it. Oh, F. Not perfect? Okay. Okay. Trying to figure out how to build rovers and hoping the termites are fucking done. I hope that when you say termites, you don't mean, like, that you have a termite infestation in your house. That would be very sad. That would be very, very sad. And hello, Galaxy Wolfstar. I have my right hand close to the camera. Interesting. That makes sense. By which I mean Apple products are insane. This is the only Apple product I've used since like an original iPod. So it's like a 2005 era iPod. It's just swarming season. You know, I don't know that I've ever been around wild termites. I think it's entirely possible I have not been around wild termites. Galaxy Wolfstar, you are in good company on that one. Mina Bun was I was at Mina Bun's channel, and she was getting very flustered about my hands when I came in. I shouldn't say very flustered, but she was saying many words about them. Am I inaccurate on that one? Do you feel that I was unjustified in saying that? But yes, you are hardly alone Mina. It's interesting. It's interesting. This is like a good example of like how dishonest your self can be. That self-perception can be that like I kind of thought my hands didn't look nice. Like I kind of thought I specifically had like kind of crappy looking hands. I don't think there is. I can't even get the focus to lock. So this was the discussion that was happening on the anniversary stream that was driving me a little bit nuts, right? Is that we had the anniversary stream and not the anniversary stream, the stream after it. The hardware showcase for whatever weird reason. No, it was the stream before it, the hardware showcase. And people were yelling at me for not liking my keyboard, which seemed strange to me. And I partially was a little bit miffed about this because I do have some hardware things that I want to change. And the hardware that is actually bothering me is the camera. And I think that once I can figure out a camera that I like, that I would want to purchase, that's then the biggest problem is I'm just like, I just feel stun locked on the research side of it. Yeah, the unintentional, I was very confused. I'm still confused. I talked with her afterwards about it because she was like so upset. I'm stun locked on the research side. Also, hello, RF Gomos. I am stun locked on the research side of like what sort of camera I would want to do, and the you know, it's, you know, I just want something that works, right? Right? Like that's where I'm at. Is I just want something that works. I just want it to work. I just want people to see things on the screen that look nice. And they look reasonably like what I am seeing, right, in real life. Because I know like color has been a bit of an issue. I know at least one of my inks looks really weird when it shows up on screen. But I just am so stun locked, right, on the like what camera to get. That is the second biggest hardware problem I'm having. In terms of like places I feel like I could spend money on buying gear, that is number 2. Number 1 is paper. Number 1 is paper. Paper has been driving me insane. Okay, let's start doing some highlighting. Right, let's start doing some highlighting. What's the next? Okay, okay. Not sure how much I need this. So we're gonna... Yeah, paper's a problem for me. Hello, Bones. Hello, Bitso. Oh. All right, Blue. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, no. I gotta... try a... Never used Rhodia? So I think I need to, like, sit down and do some experimentations with what my different papers I've got are doing. It's actually kind of sad that one of the papers I was using for a while, that... I mean, I shouldn't... It's a little bit sad from a scientific perspective, but, like, I still don't like the paper, so it wasn't like I was going to buy more of it. The biggest thing is feathering. That is the biggest thing. I'm having a lot of trouble with feathering, which is understandable given that, you know, I'm writing with broad nib calligraphy. I'm having a lot of trouble with feathering. Not so much with... I'm having some bleed problems, but mostly feathering. So I want a paper that catches the nib, right? That's actually kind of an important distinction here. It's the reason why I'm slightly biased against treated paper, which is that treated paper, the nib will often skip, right? The nib won't latch to the paper. I need the nib to latch readily to the paper, and untreated tends to do that a little bit better for me. But that is a bias, and I don't know if that would hold for all treated papers. And then I need it to not feather on deposit. And I'm not entirely sure I'm going to get what I want. Also, by the way, this is a new camera angle. I know I was experimenting with lighting earlier, but the camera angle is actually more radically different. The camera angle is often much more straight down. And here I've tried to get it more like this angle. So normally, in previous painting streams, you would have seen the model more like this angle. So I'm trying to make it a little bit close to what I see. Oh, that's fine. Okay, that's an easy adjustment. Just need to move my seat a little bit. And also not move the light. But yeah, I just tried to put the camera angle a little bit more natural to my eye, to match a little bit closer to like what I see. But thank you. That is genuinely appreciated. I might stop appreciating it if it's every 10 seconds, but I do appreciate it. Not necessarily specifically you, Blue, but like if like every 10 seconds another chatter is like, well, can you do this? Can you do that? Like eventually it does get kind of annoying, but getting in general feedback about camera position and mic volume are all very helpful. Camera source a little bit to the left. All right. Oh, what's up, Gamma? What did you find out? I put a little bit of time into exploring, into looking at some, oh, Tohu, have a good night, have a good night. Oh! Oh, okay, hold on, thank you, I did not. How's that? Okay, thank you, folks. Hold on a second. Mouse is being a little bit weird. Trying to lock the OBS source and the camera's just like, the mouse is just like skipping it. Tomorrow's Make Curry Day, hell yeah. Oh, noms are planned. Excellent. What type of curry? It is kind of interesting to me that, like, my notion of curry is very much Thai curry. Like, if I hear curry, I assume that it's like, you know, like a masaman or a panang or something like that. Yeah, I definitely dissociate less with Japanese curry. I definitely think of Thai curry first. It's called Vermont curry because there's maple and maple flavoring. Nice. That's pretty funny. Japan thinks apples belong to Vermont. Okay. I was like, you actually think of Nepalese? I do like Nepalese style curry. That's yeah, I do really like the takari. Style. That was something that was nice about being in Japan, was just like how easy it was, how many Nepalese restaurants are. Oh no, I mean, yeah, that happens all the time, right? Like I still remember seeing a clip from a Japanese TV show where describing something as being like so Detroit. There was something that's like, oh yeah, it's very Detroit, and I have no idea what the connection was. I was so confused. I have absolutely no idea why they thought it was Detroit. What was Detroitish about this thing they were talking about? I can't even remember what the thing was. It was so mystifying. Deload. Dry. Missed a little bit in here in this armpit region. And yeah, I know people won't really be able to see it, but that's not really the point, right? First assumption, there's probably racism. Yep, I think it's pretty reasonable. I think it's a pretty reasonable assumption. It seemed to be a positive association. I will say that. It did seem to be a positive association with Detroit. I do remember it not scanning as just like negative. But yeah, I do like the Nepalese style of curry. Oh, what's up, Tohu? Oh, are we finally winning that culture war? Or did you run into it again? I try to be careful. I don't try to make a lot of assumptions about like, oh, I used to hear this a lot and then I don't hear it as often anymore. At least in terms of like certain types of discussion, because a lot of my online diet has changed. A lot of my online diet has changed, so I'm just like around a lot of different people. Than I used to be. Well, it's interesting. Indian curries is like an interesting one, right? Because like I think in America, like actual curries, like curry, like actual like black pepper curries, is not really what any of us think of. Like we think of like aloo gob, right? That would be like what an American might think of as like an Indian curry, or obviously tikka masala, which is just like British, like which is just British. Yeah, I don't tend to love working with premix stuff, because then I always feel like I'm like very vulnerable to my recipe getting shot in the head by product cancellation. I know that's like a thing that you just always have to be vulnerable to, but like I prefer to work with like as basic of ingredients as I can get with, mostly because like that's what I'm worried about, right? Is I'm worried about losing access to the stuff that I've gotten used to. And I find that a very unpleasant experience. The brand will betray you. You'll be loyal to the brand, and the brand will not be loyal to you. Oh, yeah, no, I'm so habitual about, I'm so habituated to measuring everything that didn't even occur to me. Like, I will still measure the premix stuff. Like, the only premix that I'm currently using is I use red curry paste. Yeah, the pain of loss bothers me a lot more than the gain of the convenience. I get way more mad about that. But yeah, when the only like premix thing I'm using these days is a red curry paste from Thai Kitchen, and I still measure it out because I don't actually use an entire I don't even use an entire thing every time. I use half, so I still measure it out to the gram. Again, I'm very acculturated, very trained at this point to measuring everything out to the gram. Okay, Tohu, you were trying to go to bed. I'm going to do you a favor. Tohu, I'm about to do you a favor. Because it's the ad break. We're going to the ad break. So now you have an excellent excuse to go to bed. You have an excellent point at which to go to bed. All right. It is ad time. Enjoy the fan art. I need to stretch. I'll see you all in a few minutes. Oh, that was a pretty long ad break. My bad. My bad. I hadn't taken the shorter ad breaks earlier, so I need a little bit more. How are you all? All right. Thank you, Mina, and thank you, Itsy Bitsy Bones. My opinion in general, Blue, is that you probably don't need a chiropractor. But maybe that's like my own type of skepticism, where I tend to think chiropractors are kind of quacks. And I have known some people who went to... Yeah, that's the real issue, is what Theo highlights, is that I know at least one person who literally died of cancer. Because he went to the chiropractor too much. He went to the chiropractor to treat back pain, right? To treat lower back pain. And it turns out that he was having lower back pain because of a tumor. So, what I'm telling you, Blue, is that pain is a symptom that can be used to diagnose things, and treating pain directly can cause you to not diagnose other things. Yes, Itsy Bitsy Bones is primarily a pseudoscience thing. A balanced take on chiropractic is that it is a form of palliative care where you treat various forms of pain by cracking people's knuckles, basically. However, the guy who invented it claimed he learned it from a ghost. Yeah, the ghost thing's very funny. Okay, I'm going to test out something here. Yeah, it is nice to relieve pain, and it's nice to be thoughtful about the pain that you're experiencing. But pain is also a symptom, and symptoms can help you diagnose other problems. So... I did learn a few years ago, and I've always found this funny, that cracking your knuckles actually seems to delay the onset of arthritis. The whole, like, oh, cracking your knuckles is going to give you arthritis is like literally the exact opposite of reality. I find that really funny. That's crazy, Blue. I have not had that experience. Can cause problems. So chat, one of those things is fun to know about VTubing. Just so people know what is going on right now, by the way, I may as well put it on screen because I'm going to be working on it for a few moments. I'm going to be trying a new technique. of making a shader by mixing purple and yellow. And it looks like I've got way too much purple. So I'm trying to go for like a puce. I'm trying to go for a puce here. But yes, also thank you for the watch tree, calligraphy. Thank you for the watch tree. But yes, a fun thing for people to know who watch VTubers is that there's a really, really strong correlation, not causative, but correlation between autism and Ehlers-Danlos syndrome. I can't remember if I'm not, there's no way I'm pronouncing that correctly because it's a word I've only read before, but EDS. Okay, so the ratio of purple to yellow I need for this is really low. This might actually be there. Alores Danio. Thank you, Alores Danio. Thank you. I am reasonably sure it is autism. So, like, you can see... Hello, Onirin! Like the robots. Alores Danio. Hello. So, you can see that I don't know if people are familiar with this. Alores Danio syndrome is a... I guess Charkray knows more about it than I do. I know only a very little bit about it. Is a, condition, I guess? Where you have velvety skin and hypermobility. Joint hypermobility. And so, yeah, it's a connective tissue disorder, but you can also recognize it by the skin. I have, at least once, been able to diagnose somebody from their handcams. Which was pretty funny. I was like, oh yeah, you've got the autism hands. But how are you doing, Onirin? How are you doing? How are you doing? Hold on a second here. You were doing puzzles earlier, right, Onirin? Path of Titans. That's the Path of Titans is the dinosaur game, right? Hello, little peanut. You don't have to worry about. Don't worry about it. No need to apologize. This is not actually a classroom. So like this is about my range. I have modest hypermobility, but not very not very severe hyperextension, right? Whereas like some people I've seen around here can like, yeah, some people around here I've seen can like touch here to here. Kind of tired, taking it easy. Good. Onirin's a sweetheart, and she loves the dinosaur. And I'm trying a new painting technique. Because previously when I've done shades on these, I have done the shades by the shadow zones by, this needs more yellow. Actually, no, that might be fine. For Chaos Rising Pokemon? Well, good luck. I don't know if that's one of those things that requires luck, but I am behaving as if it does. You know quite a bit because you got it. Okay. I was like, is Sharkray a medical? And I didn't know that? I don't know if this is worth doing. I think I need a little bit more water. Hello, Dizzy. Hello, Dizzy. Well, hi and bye. Good luck. Have a good night. Have a good night. Have a good night. The effect on brain soft connective tissue. Oh, interesting. That is interesting. That is interesting. My very crude understanding of autism as a person who has a sociology background, not a psychology background, and has thus just kind of read other people's summaries of papers that I'm not actually trained to really read, is that the kind of big defining feature of autism is a lack of connection, is weak connections between the different regions of the brain. There's a brain architecture where your thought patterns tend to be more rigid. Differences in instruction connectivity. Yeah, that's kind of how I understand it, right? Is that it's one description I remember was that autism is like a bunch of specialists. If a allistic brain, that's what I'm supposed to say about myself. If an allistic brain is one where the connection, where it's a bunch of generalists with a broadband internet connection, then a autistic brain is a bunch of specialists with dial-up, basically. That's kind of how I heard it described, and it I don't know, it makes sense to me. I am not at all specialist in any part of psychology. Well, I'm not going to take credit for it, but I don't actually remember exactly who did it, who said that. Oh, that's interesting, Shark Ray. That's really interesting. I had no idea. Again, I am not a psychologist by trade, or training, or anything. Tone down the sodium receptor sensitivity. Interesting. My initial thought is I don't actually like this technique, compared to what I was doing before. It's my initial thought. I'm gonna try adding a little bit more yellow to this. I'm gonna try adding a lot more yellow to it. Fuck it. Calms the brain and knocks you out. Interesting. Yeah. Interesting. It's kind of interesting because I don't really do anything to directly reduce my autism. Not my autism. I don't have autism. My ADHD. I do things to lessen the impact that it has on my life. All mitigation. Yeah, I am, according to the doctors, I am not a medication candidate for ADHD medications. They're willing to talk off-label stuff with me, but the primary medications are not willing to attempt with me. I am doing it raw. Yeah, it's frustrating that it is very frustrating that the stigma around a lot of mental illnesses and the stereotypes that many people have about these mental illnesses mean that people end up avoiding useful treatments for a very long time. That is very frustrating. I guess like kind of my ignorant ass thought about this is that because I consider autism to be kind of just a different brain architecture rather than a like disorder, even though I know it's like canonically a disorder and I'm being the heretic here, is like there are places where that causes you trouble, but I don't think it needs to be like fixed, right? Like the autism itself doesn't need to be like removed from your body. It's just kind of a thing about who you are. And like some of the negative effects of autism are worth dealing with. But I don't think it's, I don't know, it's like my intuition, right? This is my ignoramus opinion here. Yeah, it's easing your friction with other people in society. Yeah, that's that it's not really like a, it's a little bit better. It's not really a, like... Hello, Hoomter. Happy Friday. What's up, Galaxy Wolfstar? Oh! Being a man until you see if you actually are one. Okay, we're seeing... So this is some gender experimentation? Alright. I will try to remember to use he, him pronouns. Yeah. Alright. Excellent, Galaxy Wolfstar. You says grace by the presence of a sparrow. Excellent. Good choice for that sparrow. New bro just dropped. What a good way to put it. Hunter. Yeah, the Ratmos skull. I actually don't know what's a reference to other than the fact that Ratmos uses it. Welcome to Guy. I hope you enjoy it here in Guy. You enjoy your trip to Guy. Your Guycation. Does anybody else still think about the gaycation post sometimes? I was just thinking about because I said the word guycation, and then it was like, oh, that sounds similar to gaycation. Okay. Yeah, see, we've got a difference here. We've got a huge difference here. No, there's a specific post. There's a specific Tumblr post about it. I might look it up. Well, we've got the whole spectrum here of people who who deeply know. Oh, is it Reddit? It's Reddit. It just feels Tumblr. It just spiritually Tumblr. It's just very, very spiritually Tumblr. Oh my god. Sorry, my web browser's being really annoying. Okay. This might not be the right one, because it says, this is from 2024. There's no right. Okay. Yeah. This is from 2024, but I know I read this before 2024. This is from Best of Redditor Updates. So this is a copy-paste. Yeah. So we're gonna go through this. 42 woman, 42 man. My husband has informed me that he intends to go on a gaycation with his brother-in-law in Ibiza. How do I handle this? This makes it a little bit easier to read. Yeah, so this might just be some pasta. So me and my husband have been happily married for 16 years, give or take. We both have a stable careers, good family life, cost of living, etc., etc. Long story short, just Sunday, just after I dropped our boys off at their friends, my husband asked me if he had the house alone, more importantly, if I have a minute. I said yes, and he sat down to this printed poster for some sort of orgy and started explaining to me the concept of a gaycation. How it's where straight men go somewhere with, quote, sun, sand, and booze, unquote, and, quote, become gay, unquote, for the duration of the trip, but that's fine because it doesn't actually count because, quote, what happens on the gaycation stays on the gaycation, end quote. I was just completely silent and mortified, even more so when he said he was looking into booking a trip to Ibiza next year with his brother-in-law, his sister's husband, to experience it for himself. Welcome in, HDTQW. When he finally let me speak, I just said, I need to be clear with me, is he gay? Because if yes, that's, quote, okay, unquote, but we need to figure out what happens going forward. I didn't let myself get angry or upset, I was just stunned. He swore up and down how he's not gay and he's 100% attracted to women, and of course he still loves me and our boys. So I said, do you think you're bi, maybe? And he got very defensive, saying how I needed to drop the accusation and this was the beauty of the gaycation. It allows straight men to, quote, experience, unquote, gayness without actually being gay, and how it's like going to an aquarium? And again, he was adamant that he doesn't find men's body or genitalia exciting at all, but he needs to experience this apparently. I said, well, I'm not really comfortable because even if he was bi, this would be explicitly cheating on me, and he got angry and reiterated he's not because, quote, that's the beauty of the gaycation, etc. I just had enough and left the room. I'll just skip to the end. Has anyone known straight guys to do this and come back and just go back to being straight? Like, surely this can't be a thing that happens. I'm so out of my depth here, and I just don't know how to even initiate the conversation. For the record, I also haven't mentioned it to his sister yet. I don't know how I'd even break it to her. Thanks for any help. I just don't even want to think being able to get out there and has helped me get out of this. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I am fascinated by this. I am fascinated by this. This is... Oh, I'm sorry, you're right, I skipped over. I asked him again, why does he want to do this so bad if he's not gay? He said how he's interested in how gay men's lives differ to straight men's, and that unfortunately, once the gaycation begins, it's simply impossible for a man to resist, and he must, quote, surrender himself mind, body, and soul, unquote, to the gaycation or, quote, be destroyed, unquote. I really can't put into words how surreal it was because he was speaking so matter-of-factly and again insists that this is a thing that straight men do all of the time and how he's actually, quote, doing it a bit late, unquote. I just said to him that if he has any love for me, then he can't go ahead with this, and if he does, the marriage will be dead. We didn't speak anymore after that. Like, I am fascinated by this because, like, I've been a man for a while, and I've never heard of this outside of this. This appears to be unique to this post. This appears to be unique to this post. You have Nyanomancer? You've been on the gaycation, Nyanomancer? I am particularly interested. RF Comos was right to highlight the surrender himself mind, body, and soul. Thank you, that's because that's like a very like submissive bottom logic, right? That's a very like also, hello, Emperor's Armpits. Hello, Emperor's Armpits. Must be part of the homosexual underground. Yes, yes. And I must enter my permanent lexicon. I mean, the thing is, like, it's a big deal because his wife is not okay with it. I do think that part of what, like, strikes me about this is that this person has externalized a non-monogamous experience, right? This person has externalized this experience so heavily that that's what makes it acceptable to him, right? That this is something that has to exist outside of himself because for whatever reason he was not comfortable or capable of discussing non-monogamy with his wife. That, like, this is not something that he can desire, it is something that has to be done to him. And I don't know, I think about this a lot in the context of a lesbian communist, as if I know any other people on this planet, posting on Twitter that so many of the trad wife problems are just downstream of not knowing anything about consensual BDSM. Like, that's so much of what the trad wife thing is it is just you want to do some consensual BDSM, but you don't understand anything about consensual BDSM. So you invent an entire worldview in politics. Yeah, they pretty much are, Hunter. And I don't think it's anywhere near that rate, but yeah, it's they are pretty overrepresented in my social life. But yeah, it's just like you've invented an entire political situation to get around the fact that you don't want to go to the sex club and get your ass beat. Yeah, 50 Shades of Grey is kind. I remember like watching the Dan Olsen about 50 Shades of Grey because I've not read it, and highlighting something that I think is still really interesting, which is that one of the things that they do is they, use like an attached vibrator in a public non-BDSM setting. And he highlights, like, that's actually really hardcore. But the book isn't written by somebody who knows that much about BDSM, so she doesn't understand that that's, like, really high risk and has really potentially massive consequences and is not something you do with a beginner. In case anybody's wondering, it's because you're involving other people in the sex play without telling. So it's actually that's a not recommended one. It goes on my not recommended list, above my pay grade. As the perspective that I really as a perspective that I really appreciated, I think it was November Kelly was the one who said that. Who, again, not actually a friend, just somebody I know parasocially. That so much of the trad wife stuff is like this BDSM thing, because people tend to focus on the trad wife stuff from the angle of like a desire for a return to simplicity. Yeah, we go into voyeurism. Yes. But you can also do voyeurism in more consensual ways. Right, that there's you can do voyeurism and exhibitionism in more consensual ways. I'm sure there's some like real philosophizing about this and like real standards that like I don't actually know because I'm a dilettante. Somebody summon the shrimp for me. Because she actually knows. The shrimp actually knows this stuff. I moderately acquainted. Whereas Shrimp actually knows. Is an actual kink? Yeah, that makes sense to me. It's the tradwave thing that winds up being very interesting. I think the most interesting part about the tradwife culture is that the tradwife culture very often, not always, but very often, the wife is actually the breadwinner. The husband is actually the trophy. The wife is often the breadwinner. That is a kind of fascinating little, like, role issue happening there. Not always, but... and a particularly funny version of this was watching the reading the Slate article from a while ago, where they interviewed the family that's like the ballerina farm. And one of the parts of it that was really funny was how much the husband was like trying to be the face of the family. Like she was like, there was this interview that was set up to be like with the ballerina farm. Well, I mean, it's not like a big deal. This is not like a big deal article at Bitsy Bones. This is not like a crazy one where I'm like, everybody needs to have read this. But yeah, there's a influencer who's like a former ballet dancer who became a tradwife influencer, and there was an interview with her, like an in-depth, like multi-day interview type of thing. And the interviewer went there and like met the family and all this stuff. And one of the things that they highlighted that I thought was a really interesting thing was that her husband is like trying really, really hard to like hog the interview time. And I don't actually know how much he was trying to hog the interview time, is just like the wife was just so fucking busy that like needed to keep the interviewer away from her just in order to like keep the whole thing on rails. And so like he's just running interference for his wife so that she isn't overwhelmed. But what winds up happening is that the husband winds up looking really horrible in this story, because he comes across as like really self-aggrandizing and envious and controlling, which I am biased to believe is accurate, but in the matter of fairness, I just have one pretty hostile interview to go off of. I haven't actually watched any of the TikToks or whatever because I am not on TikTok. And yeah, it's a interesting point of contrast, right? That's I'm gonna try to see if I can make some brown highlight that isn't just ice white, because I used ice white before and I don't think it turned out well. But yeah, he winds up coming across really bad because like this is her job, right? This was an interview that wasn't like interviewing. This wasn't like an interest in like the family or anything like this. This is an interest in the specific woman. This is an interest in this specific woman, and you ideally in this situation, right? The best look from making the lifestyle look any good is that the husband basically isn't apparent at all. And thank you, Dracoine, for the follow. Yeah, no, that I am biased to believe that makes sense, right? That makes sense to me as an individual, that like he is envious of his wife's fame and success. To the extent that he is envious of his wife's fame and success, I suspect it's actually not enormous. Mostly because it all came across as pretty calculated and premeditated. And in the case of the ballerina house, I think he actually is bringing in a shitload of money. I think he actually specifically is bringing in a shitload of money. Because I think he's some sort of like farmer aristocrat. Thank you for the follow, CyberTiger_VT. Thank you. I don't think, from my understanding, there's not actually that many men who are that deep into the trad wife fantasy. Like, there's guys who have like a shallow trad wife fantasy, but I don't think they actually seem to watch a lot of trad wife influencers. Because again, it's very apparent. Oh, thank you, CyberTiger. It was made by Sensational. Hold on, I'll get the credits for that in a second. Just a little bit caught up on this. But from my understanding, the main drive for the trad wife community is coming from women. And the and I think it reflects, as people have said, a certain amount of kink and a certain amount of desire for a simpler lifestyles. I think the biggest thing that's going on is that living in the 21st century is very anxiety-inducing. I think that most people can agree with that. That living under high-tech industrial capitalism is a very stressful experience, and very anxiety-inducing, and so the idea that instead of having to make all these goddamn decisions, you can just have them made for you by somebody else. Well, and people, I would be even broader than that, right? That, in no small part because, my main contrast point for talking about, late stage capitalism or, the 21st century is talking about earlier centuries, which suck in their own ways, and people have their own escapist fantasies. Women will turn trad wife and men will elect Adolf Hitler 2.0. Yeah, well, and it's I don't even think it's people turning to this. It's people consuming the media is what I'm talking about, right? That people are logging on to Instagram and stuff and following these content creators. And some percentage of them are almost certainly hate watching. But I think a lot of them are people who are yearning for a lifestyle that is less alienated. I'm being very generous to them here, to these putative viewers. And in the case of the trad wife stuff, like I said, there's this intrinsic contradiction that winds up being a bit of a comedy, which is that the wife is in fact the one who's actually in charge. right? The wife is the one who is actually in charge. Is the one who actually has the power. Or at least publicly has the power. Not necessarily actually. Because we've seen this before, right? There was one of the famous Twitch stories that was very famous when I first started coming here was Amaranth. There was a flesh tuber named I think her name was Amaranth, if I'm recalling correctly, who, you know, was a very, very successful streamer and had an extremely controlling partner that had basically seized all of the money and was very, very controlling her. There was a very abusive relationship. Well, I mean, in this case, Itsy Bitsy Bones, it's just men yearning to be the dominator, right? But again, you know, that's something you can do in a consensual BDSM context. Like, the existence of subs involves, you know, implies the existence of DOMs. There's a market. There's a marketplace here. A marketplace of spanky stuff. This can be resolved. With just the real world lol. Yep. It's funny. It's funny. You need more people that you know live so you can tell them that you're a man. Well, congratulate. It's a little bit challenging, but yeah. And yes, Cyber Tiger. I mean, that's a traditional misogynistic thing, right? I'm glad you did escape that, Itsy Bitsy Bones. I'm glad you did escape that. I'm starting to wonder if you're somebody I know in real life from all the ways you've described yourself. But I don't think so. Think of this woman who made content of her living in rural China. Yeah, there's a really good chance that she was doing it pretty fraudulently. Though the Chinese government will like subsidize people doing that because they view that as like a valued form of soft power, or probably not for abroad audiences, but like within China, right? They view that as like a useful thing to like encourage tourism spending, domestic tourism. Yeah, so they are paying people to do this stuff, which, you know, I mean, it's not like the U.S. is above that. I'm just not familiar with us doing it quite at the TikTok level. We are going to the ad break, which is fortunate timing because I need to wait for this to dry and harden. It's a little bit squishy right now, so I'm going to stand up. Also, hello, Zestfalok. He'll be dead before the merry days. Yes. I will be back in a few moments. Also, I swear to... There's something that Twitch is doing that's driving me insane. But yes, everybody get up and stretch. Don't die of deep vein thrombosis because you're watching commercials on twitch.tv. That is extremely embarrassing. So please, I will be back in 3 to 5 minutes. Have fun. All right, I'm back, and Mimi has forced me to work out, which I am grateful for, because that is what she does. Okay. Gonna lean back. Lean backwards. And forward. On the floor, push-up time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Ha! I'm back. So salty that I can roll my R's. I was a teacher. I am currently a streamer. My other job is actually that I'm an editor. For print. Not for videos. I don't edit videos. I mean, skill issue, bro. You can learn how to roll your R's. Yeah, I did teach for a while. I taught for a long time. And it's possible I'll teach again at some point in the future, right? How to get into VTubing. Oh, I like this story. So, my other career fields have been stuff like social service and politics and sociology. Those are fields that I've worked in. Not really entertainment. And the first time I heard about VTubing ever was actually a really bad article, and I wish I had it on hand. I don't know how I'd even find it at this point. A really bad article about Project Melody that was like basically mad at Project Melody for like stealing sex worker valor. Very bad article. But that was my first introduction to this whole world. I was gonna fiddle around with some stuff here. And then I was like, oh, that's weird. And I didn't think about it for years. And then I got a really bad case of COVID. I got a really, really bad COVID infection. I had several COVID infections. And then I got a really bad COVID infection. And I couldn't even, like, watch TV. I was so cooked that even watching TV was, like, outside of my capabilities. So I was, just kind of scrolling Twitter, and a bunch of the people that I follow on Twitter are, as I've mentioned quite a few times, lesbians. And the lesbians that I was following had all kind of lost their minds for a few days over a VTuber who is still active, I believe, Alexandria. And Alexandria's streams are, she plays Valorant and just completely folds some ladies. She just destroys these poor girls. And yeah, Quincy, hello Quincy. But yeah, you know what I'm talking about. Yeah, that was a bit of a discourse. That is basically dead at this point. And verbally, not necessarily as a player. I don't know how Alexandria is as an actual competitive Valorant player, but as a flirter, incredible. As a flirter, she is extraordinarily skilled. These poor girls playing Valorant just imploding, right? Just absolutely squirming. You can hear these girls that she was playing with just squirming over the VC. Extremely funny to me. And I found this very funny and charming. So I started watching her stuff. And I watched some other VTubers. I was mostly watching, young women playing Valorant, Apex, Overwatch. That strata of indie VTubers who are doing the cool gamer girl persona. So like my most watched were Sierna and Jelly Donut. Sierna has graduated, Jelly Donut has not. Though Jelly Donut doesn't stream as often anymore. I don't know if it's just because I'm sleeping when she's streaming. That might be what's happening. I think she's streaming a little bit less because her daily life has gotten busier. As her non-streaming career has progressed. And let me take a big ol' sip here. Anyway, so I was watching these. This has kind of become my like secondary. This has kind of become like an after work form of entertainment for me. And I was working a white collar job that I was notionally a type of analyst, but very little of the work I actually did was what I was qualified for. My actual job at the office was that I was charming and funny and fun. That was my actual job. I would get... That was the actual thing I spent 90% of my work life doing, was managing the emotions of my coworkers who... frankly, were immature even by the standards of VTubers. That was kind of what I did, was I was just kind of this, like, emotional manager for a bunch of people. And I was just supposed to be like the entertaining funny man who like kept things cool and kept things lighthearted. And that's all I really did. And it was pretty frustrating and demoralizing as a type of work. And it was very frustrating to have a job where the actual KPIs I had were all unrelated to the tasks that were actually critical. Right. It's pretty frustrating. I felt like I wasn't really doing the job I was being paid for. And I also didn't like what it was anyway. So it was also a very dysfunctional office. Good Lord. I was not from academia. I did skip. I did spend several years outside of academia. And anyway, I finally, after a while, I caught some Clio IT streams. And so Clio, I don't know if you know Clio. It's funny if you run with it. Yeah, fair enough, fair enough. Cleo was at the time a history professor. She has since been fired. Many such cases. And I don't know, something about noticing that another... I thought that, like, what you needed to be a VTuber was to have that... was mostly about being funny and having that zestful spark of life. And seeing Cleo. Also, hello, Ogre Daddy. Hello, Ogre Daddy. I don't know. I don't know Ogre Daddy. I don't know who knows things. I don't know who knows things. People have gotten mad at me so often in the past because I didn't know who Randon was until I'd been VTubing for like over a year. And like I understand why they got mad at me, but it's also like I don't know who knows things. But I was watching Cleo and I was like, oh, so somebody who is mostly like sharing stories, right? So for somebody who is mostly sharing stories, and like talking about intellectual topics, and people still want to watch her do this, right? People want to watch somebody like play Paradox games and talk about intellectual topics, and this kind of thing. And that made me kind of realize, like, maybe I could do this. Maybe I currently am basically like have a middleman where I am getting paid to be an analyst, but my actual job has very little analytics to it. It is just, I am mostly just kind of like being entertaining. So why not just cut out the middleman? I am mostly just why not just cut out the middleman and just do that? And so I made a cheap little model for myself, and set up the tech. And it took like a weekend, and then I did a little bit of research, right? I did some research. Yeah, but fewer middlemen. And I did a last spell stream, and that's just kind of on my mind because my streamer anniversary is the 20th. And on the 20th, I celebrate my streamer anniversary by playing the last spell. Even though I think that it's actually a little bit of a hard mode stream for me. But I've learned things about myself as I've streamed. And so, yeah, that's how I got started. Was realizing that, you know, I could just kind of try to be entertaining and bring joy to people directly. And I have to say that compared to an academic job, this is better. There are things that I miss about academia. But the big thing is the library access. You know, I've got some library access, but it's a little bit more circuitous and painful than just having access to millions of books just because, right? Zestful Lock actually asking a question that I know something about. I am going to be using Paul Erdkamp's The Grain Market in Ancient Rome and The Lonesome City as my sources here. There are some internet libraries, yes, they're just a little bit more circuitous to use than just walking down to the library. Okay, so the answer, Zestful Lock, is that It does depend a little bit on the farm and the market in question, right? Because the Roman Empire is actually the Roman Republic, I should say, because I know that much better, is actually kind of an interesting case study where, like, there's a hierarchy of different markets, and it's actually easier to understand in the Roman case than in most other cases. And the reason why it's easier in the Roman case is because there is a single top level. There's a single top level, and that top level is Rome, right? There's the Roman market, and the Roman market is the biggest market. But the Roman market is fed by a series of lower level markets. Alexandria obviously being the second largest, but then there's one that's incorporated into the Roman Republic, and during the Mare Nostrum, Cyber Tiger, let me finish up Zestfalok's thing. I'll get to that in a moment. I'll get to that in a minute. But like, if you want a market that is less competitive and less comprehensive, there's a hierarchy of markets, and eventually you get down to the point where there's markets that are basically like about a 1-day trip, right? That, like, pretty much a pre-modern farm is actually surprisingly self-sufficient to our modern eyes, with the big exception being metal tools. You need to have some mechanism for getting metal tools into the farm on a regular basis. And that basically means a market, and the market needs to be one that you can go to basically once every 10 days. Just for a variety of reasons. And so it really can't afford to be more than like 1 day each way trip. So you can skip going to market, you don't have to go every single week, but you pretty much, an independent farmer needs to be within about a day's walk of a farm, of a market. So that would be like the sort of like lowest level of a market. So that kind of answers your question, right? Like, that would be what, like 10 miles? Like 5 to 10 miles would probably be about the, like, outer distance that you could do. But okay, for Cyber Tiger, Zestfalok, have you read The Grain Market in Ancient Roman? That's my favorite book on the subject. The Grain Market in Ancient Rome is phenomenal, in no small part because it actually highlights, like, something that is, I think, very interesting and useful to know, which is that the Roman economy, the markets, the sale and purchase of grains was actually extremely primitive in Rome, even by Roman standards, even like compared to other commodities within the Roman marketplace. And it's for reasons that persisted to be a problem up until like the 20th century, right? Like, these are problems that are fundamental to the grain trade up until like the 20th century. Like, even in the 19th century, like Ricardo talks about it. Periods of history that I find the most interesting. The most interesting are going to be, I really like the Song China. I really like Song China. The Bronze Age Middle East and the Bronze Age Hittites. I really like the Bronze Age. Bronze Age Hittites, Bronze Age Sumeria, Roman Republic is really getting up there. Roman Republic is really up there for me at this point in my life. And unfortunately, and stereotypically of me, World War II, right? Unfortunately, I do actually find World War II quite compelling. But yeah, I think... Yeah, and unfortunately there isn't a Japanese era that's like really stuck in me. That's like really... there hasn't been like a Japanese line of questioning that has been like really exciting to me as yet, which I do view as something of a like failing, I suppose, on my part. That, not really, and I do kind of like interwar Taisho, but I haven't actually been able to get myself like really started on it. The one piece of Japanese history that I've really liked, that I've read, was Shattered Sword. I really liked Shattered Sword, which is partially about Taisho Japan. I find Taisho Japan conceptually fascinating, but people seem to find it kind of embarrassing. Yep, on the IJN. Yep, it rocks. Also messes me up, his name is Turnbull, because there's a Turnbull who's a anthropologist who's like radically more famous. Like radically more famous. It's like comparing, it's like how there's two Michael Jordans, right? Even more so, though, actually, I'd say. The earlier Turnbull is just like so important. But yeah, the faces are the most miserable part of painting for me. I am never happy when I'm painting faces. I don't even remember Cyber Tiger. I don't even remember. I don't know what it would be to be not interested in history. I don't mean that to sound condescending, it's just, Also, hello, Marcats. Hello, Marcats. Kaigun, and Sunburst. I mean, Kaigun would be useful. But I want to be honest, I'm usually less of a military history guy, than like an intellectual and social history guy. Military history is like moderately useful to me, and I wind up when I'm talking to like actual like low level historians, like not people who are like really in history, but people who are like history influencer types, that I end up having to kind of like defend military history. I don't know if people know this, but military history is lower prestige than other branches of history. Yeah, it's the shallow end of the pool. It's definitely lower prestige than social or intellectual history. And a lot of that is just because there's a lot of people who've managed to force themselves into the military history subfield without being very good. And so the quality of publications in military history are often lower, and this has had a long trail of effects on its prestige as a discipline, as a sub-discipline. My counterpoint to this, my point to the historians, is to the people who have accepted this, and this, it's worth pointing out that this was something that was more of a thing in prior decades. In the 21st century, historians have kind of mellowed out on this, and I am part of this mellowing out. My big case about military history is that military affairs were clearly extremely socially and culturally important to our ancestors. Like, I'm just sorry. It's just very unavoidable that a huge percentage of all of the actually written history that we have is, you know, about hitting people with swords. And I think that we just have to acknowledge that they wrote all of that out of a place of sincere interest and investment in the subject matter, right? And so I think that we need to, at this point in our historiography, we need to take that seriously. And I should say, going back to Cyber Tiger, I've always been interested in history, but part of why history has been enduring to me is that I'm interested in people. That is what I'm actually interested in. I am interested in people. And you know what the study of history is, folks? History is the study of people who, as a rule, are not in a position to talk back to you. It's a study of people, but it's a study of people who can't really talk back. Yeah, that's actually so that is so I would say that's actually almost the norm. The like, to be honest, to a certain extent, military history is almost not a thing. Military history is almost like not worth treating as its own thing. Social history, intellectual history are real in a way that's military history is just not. I mean, so the thing is, Cyber Tiger, like, as much as I love history, I don't think everybody's obligated to get into it. Just because I like something doesn't mean that everybody has to get into it. I would say that, like, get into history because you're curious, right? Like, if you're not as curious about it as you're curious about, like, biology or something, that's fine. But I do recommend, like, it's more a question of, like, exercising your curiosity and feeding your curiosity. If you have historical questions that you're interested in, or you are interested in other topics and you are limited by your lack of knowledge of history, that's actually how it often happens. Quincy has hinted at one way that happens. If you are interested in questions that are history adjacent and the history becomes a limiting factor, then you kind of get into it, and that's actually where we get an actual question here. I would say the easiest entry point, /r/askhistorians. Go to /r/askhistorians, and sign up for the digest, for the weekly roundup that they do, and read that. That will get you surprisingly far. Otherwise, I would say, like, start with a question and where you're going to, if you are on Blue Sky, you're actually in fantastic shape, right? If you are on Blue Sky in the 21st century, you are actually in for, you are actually, like, already off to a really good start because that's now where academics do all of their posting. And so you can probably find a historian who specializes in a topic you care about. Okay. Sorry, I took off my glasses. I don't know if they're on screen or not, because I can't see the screen because my glasses are off. Yes. I have much water. Currently researching one particular... What is the period of history, if I may ask? What is the period of history, I may ask? How are you doing, by the way, Vex? How are you doing, by the way, Vex? My other cat abandoned me, and I've been left to solo stream. Also, hold on. Grab my sweater. All right, Ogre Daddy. Have a good night. Have a good night. Have a good night. Sleep well. Sleep well. Sleep well. That's very funny, Marcats. My mom is a huge pervert for the Tudor period. So yeah, I understand that. I understand that. There's a big demand for that. Oh, in 5 minutes. Oh, okay. Eastern Europe and the Russian Empire during the late Victorian. Okay. I will freely admit to having only very light familiarity with that. Also, hello, adders. Yeah, history of fashion is very interesting. The honest truth of the matter is that almost any history topic you can come up with winds up being really interesting. It's actually, I think it's very hard to find a history topic that isn't very interesting. I might just be a huge nerd. Right? I might just be a huge nerd. Again, I say Song Dynasty China, I am talking about administrative reform in Song Dynasty China. I love the new policies. Not necessarily that I think they're necessarily good policies, but they are super fascinating and interesting. Alright, have a good night, Shark Ray. Have a good night, Shark Ray. I will say, Cyber Tiger, I am not planning on streaming for another 8 hours. That is not my plan. 4 hours, maybe. 8, no. Yeah. Cece! Oh my goodness, Cece! It's so good to see you. It's so good to see you. How are you doing, Cece? You got have you recovered? Have you survived? Are you well? Are you well, my friend? I mean, I'm planning on going for a couple more hours. You survived. Excellent, excellent, excellent. I'm glad, Cece. I'm glad, Cece. I was worried about you for a minute there. Minifigs is going great. Minifigs is going great. I'll enjoy your lurk, Cyber Tiger. But yeah, we were kind of having a discussion about history topics, and it looks like all the people who were having the discussion have all just gone off to bed. But yeah, to kind of follow up, I guess, I suppose, on the point I was raising, the way that I'm also going to take my chair's in a little bit of an odd position. Let me adjust it. Yeah, so the two of the military histories that I really like are Soldiers and Ghosts by J.E. Lendon and Infantry in Battle. And by I forget the guy's name, unfortunately. Burns, I think Alexander Burns. And Infantry in Battle is a social history. It is a history of 18th century combat, but it is primarily told through soldiers' like letters to home and diaries. And so it is really a social history of what it was like to actually be inside these military units and like where these soldiers came from and how they related to their families back home. It is very, very much a social history. Well, Soldiers and Ghosts by Lendon, which is about ancient Greek and Roman soldiers, is about what is the intellectual, right? What is the intellectual idea? It is an intellectual history of what is it like for... What do these soldiers think makes you a good soldier? What did ancient Roman and ancient Greek cultures think made you good? Yes, please, Cece, please, Cece. I'm just glad to see you. Cece is... I think... you might be the longest standing follower who has shown up in the last 6 months. So I'm very grateful to have you here. You're pre-affiliate. I just did some math there. You are pre-affiliate. You are a pre-affiliate follower. I can only even name one other person. Who is pre-affiliate. So I'm just really glad after your troubles that you have managed to get back here. No, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine that you're not consistent. No, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. But yes, CC. The consistency is fine, and lack of consistency is fine. It's not like anybody who's in my DMs knows that I am not a consistent person myself. I'm not going to hold other people to a standard of behavior that I cannot meet. That would be a real dick move. Yeah, you can see it in like practice of Mars versus Ares. I mean, like you can see, like it takes very little to hit like seeing these differences. And particularly in the case of the Romans, even more so than the Greeks, Roman concepts of what makes you a good soldier percolate through every element of Roman society. Because functionally every Roman man serves in the military, right? Like the percentage of Romans who go through the Roman military system is extremely high. One of the highest that's like ever happened in world history. And so the fact that like the norms of what they think makes you a good soldier become the norms of what make you a good person in the entire culture. Okay, so the biggest difference, there are two huge differences. The first is that the first and broadest one is that the Greek notion of like virtue, aristeia, is grounded. Please excuse my Greek pronunciation. Is extremely grounded in individual. Is a very, very individual thing. When you are a soldier, you are trying to outperform the other soldiers in your unit at being a soldier. It is very much not a collective effort. The other part, so that's like a huge part, whereas the Romans view being a good soldier very much through the sort of Nicomachean ethics, even though that's a Greek term there, but through the pursuit of medians, that being a good, that being a soldier is a matter of attention between two core virtues. The two big Roman military virtues are disciplina and virtus. And I don't know if you need to roll that R at all. I am rolling the R because I think it is funny. Between virtus and disciplina. And disciplina is your ability to stay in line and listen to orders and do things efficiently and effectively as a group, right? That's what makes disciplina. Whereas virtus is your ability to go apeshit. Disciplina is your ability to hold the line and like keep yourself cool under pressure. Virtus is your ability to just go absolutely hog wild and charge the enemy. And the Romans viewed themselves as the best soldiers, as many cultures do, right? They view themselves as the best. And the Romans viewed themselves as the best soldiers in the Mediterranean. And their view of this was that the reason why Roman soldiers are the best is because Roman soldiers have the right balance of virtus and disciplina. That if you go north and west from Rome, soldiers have, the warriors, the Celtiberians and the Gauls and the Germans have virtus but no disciplina. And if you go south and east to the Greeks and the Africans, they have disciplina but no virtus. And so the biggest difference, right, is that, again, the thing is, like, that's always how it works, right? That's always how everybody. I think this is more deep than the concept of marketing. Is that humans tend to create scripts where they are the best. Humans tend to self-aggrandize. And it's worth pointing out, I think, that it winds up being kind of interesting that the Romans thought of the Persians and the Greeks and the Africans as being over-disciplined and unvirtuable, because one of the things that I think that I associate with discipline is the ability to make an orderly marching camp. And the Greek writers comment on the Roman habit of fortifying everywhere they go as being highly unusual. The Romans think this is weird and interesting. Not the Romans. The Greeks think that's a weird and interesting thing about the Romans. Greek camp fortifications are much more rudimentary than the Romans. Hello, lesbian cat. Hello, lesbian cats. Hello, lesbian cats. Welcome in. Ka-chow. Yeah. So, in any event, this is kind of like those are kind of like the big differences. Yeah, they're getting rated by the Illyrians. Yeah. So for the Greeks, it is much more about being individually good, and for the Romans, it is much more about displaying this temperament, right? Displaying your temperance and your ability to simultaneously fit in with the group and also then exceed individualistically, which is an interesting set of tensions to have. Which is a very interesting set of tensions to have. Yeah, it's quite unusual. It's also one of those things that winds up being quite interesting to me in this context is that and this comes all the way down to like Greek versus Roman social organizations. It's more of like a civics thing, but it does reflect in how their militaries operate quite a bit. So Greek civics. Oh yes, Emperor's Armpits. I just don't know enough about it. But yes, because most of our Chinese writing comes from the Confucians, who have active disdain for soldiers. But yeah, the Chinese militaries absolutely had their own set of ethics that are reflected in how the civilians lived as well. And honestly, I'm going to be blunt. I'm going to jump all the way to the end here. I'm just going to give you guys a little bit of a jump to the end here. This is true of the United States. I know not everybody here is American, but this is true of the United States as well. That the United States way of organizing our military is as a series of professional specialists. This is also how we organize our economy. And in all of these cases, it usually goes the other way. The military, we just tend to have more vision into because of the nature of aristocratic writing. But this is just generally how societies work, is that a military is created by a society. And it reflects the type of social organization that society already had. The United States is already a society of educated specialists who work jobs for years or careers, but are not born into them. That you start with a person who knows very little and you specialize them as they age, rather than specializing people based on their birth status. And they are full-time, they are not part-time, right? This is the way that we do our economy, right? This is the way we do our economy, and so this is the way we do our military. So the ancient Greeks household leaders in ancient Greece have a relatively high degree of independence. Everybody else in their household is very, very subservient to them. These are very personalistic relationships between the oikos, the households. And the Greeks are much more invested in the idea that all Greek citizens are similar. And so there is very much more a discourse in ancient Greece that we recognize as Americans of downplaying your status. Of downplaying your status to, like, not be too much better than other people. Remember that hubris is a major crime in ancient Greece. That's like a very serious crime in ancient Greece. And so the Greeks write to us about how they find the Romans very strange. And the specific thing they find very strange, one of the specific things that they highlight on and finding very strange about the Romans is that the Romans are much, much more open about socio-cultural hierarchy. The Romans have a whole bunch of concepts. I think the most interesting one, or at least the one I can remember the name of off the top of my head, is auctoritas. That's a person who has a lot of accomplishments and social prestige and has done things that the Romans think are virtuous and has done a lot of them, will develop something called auctoritas, which is, the way that I have understood it is that it's like a intimidation aura. That a person who has a lot of auctoritas, other Romans will just natively defer to them. We'll just, if you want to understand a person's auctoritas, you will defer to them as your obvious and instinctive social better. And the ancient Greeks found this really weird. The ancient Greek writers who lived in Rome and wrote about Rome found this to be a very peculiar Roman habit, a very peculiar part of ancient Roman society. And yeah, I think that's really interesting. I think it's a really interesting little contrast there. I shouldn't even say little, a really interesting big contrast. Between these two societies. And this plays out a bit in how their militaries work, where Greek city-state militaries. Remember, we're talking about a very different type of political organization here. This is part of the reason why these wind up being so different, is that they're a very different type of political organization. An ancient Greek, Athens, Adders is correct to talk about excluding Sparta. If we're talking about Athens or Corinth or Argos, these are city-states. And this is actually true of Sparta as well, but these are city-states. Athens and Sparta being the two largest by a lot. Plataea is 1,000 people. And is actually not that unimportant. And so these are these are an alliance of Greek city-states might get 30, 50,000 people in the field. The Romans are casually throwing around 20,000 guys, constantly. Only Rome and Carthage are able to get north of 200,000 people mobilized at one time. Which they don't do frequently, right? That's a Punic Wars special. But like the idea that the Greek cities, that any setup of Greek city-states could reasonably do this is completely impossible. The Romans are regularly putting 20 to 100,000 guys in the field every goddamn year. I should say, I don't think they ever put only 20,000 people in the field. That's an incredibly small unit for the Romans. They are regularly putting out 100,000 guys who are operating in multiple different theaters. That is a normal year. Is that they'll be doing military operations with full-scale, full-bore armies, just casually. I should have said thieves. Yes. I didn't say thieves because I was trying to remember. I was like Argos, Thessaly, Thebes, Athens, Corinth, Sparta are like our big ones. And even Argos is way smaller than those other ones. I just like to remember Argos because Argos went toe to toe with Sparta for like 100 years and didn't submit. Let alone my favorite lesser city state, Megalopolis. But the so like these are, the Romans have like a full conscription system of regular continuous service rather than ad hoc service as needed coming out of the communities. And people are in one of the consequences of this is really interesting, is that the Romans do weapons training. This is something that a lot of people struggle to believe. I struggled to believe it until I read Xenophon. The ancient Greeks did not believe in weapons training. They just didn't do it. They didn't do it. Xenophon is when he is describing the Spartans as wise, right? When he is describing the Spartans as wise, the way that he has the Spartans in his book about how the Spartans are super smart and are better at everything than the Athenians, because Xenophon is the biggest lacanophile in all of human history. Part of how he describes this is that he has one of his wise interlocutors describe how picking up and using a sword is as natural to a human being as a tiger using their claws or a dog using their teeth. That swordsmanship is an intuition that comes out of your native facility and instinct. It does not require any training. Training in how to use a sword is goofy. Very interesting. We are going to ads though. We are going. Actually, no. I'm gonna stall. I'm gonna stall this. No. Snooze. Okay, snooze ads for 5 minutes. Yes, no parallels of Socrates and the Socratic dialogue, but yes. No, I mean, again, Marquez, he didn't believe that. He believed that and he was putting this in the words of the Spartans, who he was trying to display as being wiser than the other Greeks. In addition, and in particular, better at arms, that being a good soldier is not a skill. It is willpower. You do not get good at fighting by training and by learning things. You are a good soldier because you don't crack under pressure. That is the actual skill. That is the actual thing for the ancient Greeks, is that warfare is about being put into an incredibly high pressure situation and just not cracking. That's all that matters. The rest of it's bullshit. Not to the Greeks. To the Greeks, it's worth pointing out that there is a little bit of a distinction here, because we are talking about combined arms, okay? We are talking about combined arms, and there are multiple branches to an army. This is actually an interesting academic debate of like how much was an ancient Greek army just a hoplite army. And the general consensus, and I think this is correct, is that no. The hoplites were the most prestigious arm, and so they're the one we hear about the most. But ancient Greek armies always had cavalry and light infantry. And we can see this in how the Olympics are formatted, that the only hoplite relevant exercise is marching and running while in panoply. Whereas javelin throwing and horse riding tricks are sports, and there are competitions at the Olympics and elsewhere over javelin throwing, usually not archery, because archery is really a denigrated arm to the Greeks. They have a very low opinion of archers, but but running and javelin craft, running would be a light infantry task. They do think that there's skill in cavalry and in light infantry, but they think that heavy infantry is just stay in the line and don't run away. And he's not exactly wrong. Yeah, I'm with Quincy on this one. I'm with Quincy. Not breaking under pressure is more important than anything else. Cohesion is the actual limiting factor for most military operations, and particularly for battlefield performance. Cohesion is the real limiter. Yep, exactly, Quincy. Yeah, and it's worth pointing out, right, that like modern video games cause people to massively overestimate the importance and deployment of archers. The Romans never deployed like 1/3 of or 1/2 of their army as archers. That was absolutely did not fucking happen. Absolutely did not fucking happen. We'll get back and we'll talk about archery. I'm gonna run to the ad break and I'm gonna use the bathroom. But we'll be back in a few minutes. I'll spell commercial wrong. We'll be back. I am back. Okay, so yeah, I will say the thing is that there's the big misconception, and I will say, Marcat, I don't really agree. I think that a lot of the longbow stuff is British nationalism, and I think the phrasing that people like to use is glazing. And the big thing that Hollywood, etc., kind of tells you that is, I think, the big misconception that I'm hoping to kind of disabuse people of here a little bit, is that bows are just nowhere near as lethal as guns. They're just not. It really takes until gunpowder for ranged weapons to truly be decisive. The difference in how much energy what's the energy delivery on a have a good night, Itsy Bitsy Bones. A long bow is delivering what, like 100 joules? Does somebody remember this off the top of my head? I don't remember the number for bows, but I think it's like 50 to 100 joules depending on the bow. I really apologize if I am not getting that right. The early firearms are delivering 2,000. That's really different. That's really, really different. And also, if I recall, I'm hoping I'm not mixing this up. If I recall correctly, Agincourt, the biggest problem with Agincourt was attacking in piecemeal. Was the really big issue. Was that the French at Agincourt had a internal dispute over the order of battle, and something like 1/3 of the army attacked without the rest of the army even being prepared or notified that they were attacking. So that's really going to mess you up really bad. That's going to be ruinous to your entire battle plan. And even then, the French knights were able to deliver themselves into melee. Right, they were able to deliver themselves into hand-to-hand combat with the English line. The thing that ranged weapons do in the pre-gunpowder era, is not that you are like mowing down your opponent. It's that you are disrupting the formation, and you are giving them concussions. Right, you are giving them scratches, cuts, concussions is like what you're actually doing. And particularly if it's like a pike line, like if it is like a Macedonian style pike phalanx, then the amount of damage, the amount of casualties you actually need to inflict in order to mess up the order is surprisingly small. Well, and they also concuss you, right? They also, if you hit somebody on the noggin with a javelin, they're going to be confused, right? They're going to be confused and slowed down, even if you don't kill them. And javelin can kill somebody if you hit them in the helmet. Javelins are heavy. Like, javelins and slings are heavy. And arrows deliver a fair amount of energy, but like you don't have to kill somebody to make them let's put it another way. you are using these weapons to debuff your opponent. That's a lot of the virtue, is that you're debuffing your opponent. Yes, disrupting it. Yeah. So here's the thing that games miss a lot. There are a couple of things that people miss a lot. And part of it is because we live in the 21st century and things have changed radically. But the actual combat roles are not like archer versus javelin versus swordsman versus spearman. The actual important combat roles are cavalry, light infantry, and heavy infantry. And the reality of warfare from the Bronze Age up until like the American Civil War, maybe World War I, right? Like up until like the somewhere in the late 19th, in the latter half of the night, somewhere after the Napoleonic Wars. Right, we are talking about the way that armies are divided up in the Napoleonic and earlier eras. Light infantry, heavy infantry, and cavalry are your actual real branches. I've turned into using the German threes. I think my pinkies are stiff is the reason why I prefer it. Those are your three branches. If you have better heavy infantry and you can get them into contact, you win. That is the reality of a explosive shells battlefield. Even well into the gunpowder era. The heavy infantry are who wins. And it's a question of, can you get your heavy infantry into contact? If you can get them into contact in good order, in better order than your opponent can, you win. And so archers in this context qualify as a type of light infantry, along with your javelineers, your slingers, various harassing types of infantry, even just rock throwers. That is an actual combat role that the Romans used, was a guy with a bag of rocks just hucking rocks overhand. That is a type of combat role. We have them. They are on Trajan's column. Strictly speaking, they wouldn't use a bag. They would fold their cloak in a way to make a sort of like baby cradle in front of them that they filled with rocks, but they would just huck rocks. That is a combat fucking role. The purpose of these is to make the enemy's heavy infantry not get into combat in good order. And actually, the more important part is to screen your own heavy infantry so that your own heavy infantry can form up. I might want to clarify here, what does heavy infantry mean? What is a heavy infantry? Why? Because heavy infantry is not how they are equipped, it is what they are doing on the battlefield and how they fight is what makes somebody heavy infantry. Heavy infantry means that they are infantry who fight in close order formation. That is the important part, is that they fight in close order formation. This guy is going to be within like stand up and T-pose. There would be a person within T-pose distance of you. Another Roman legionnaire within T-pose distance of you. And the Romans fight, that's relatively loose. That's a little bit looser than some of their contemporaries. The Macedonian style phalanx is a much tighter one. As far as I know, is basically the tightest. Oh, hello, Cyber Tiger. And so that is really, really the core of it, is that a heavy infantry, when they are in combat, they are not fighting alone. There is another heavy infantryman within immediate reach of them. This has a really, really important implication, which is you can't actually duel in heavy infantry. In a heavy infantry fight, you cannot actually duel. And What this means is that, by contrast, light infantry who are equipped and are ready to duel just get completely fucking obliterated if they are in contact with well-ordered heavy infantry. Because it turns into one guy on 5 guys repeatedly. It is not just that the heavy infantryman is more heavily equipped and armored, though that makes it worse. It is the heavy infantryman is prepared to fight, is prepared to turn every fight into a 1-on-5 or a 1-on-3 all the time. And so heavy infantry are, it's the formation and the style of fighting that heavy infantry do that makes them heavy infantry. That's the point I'm getting at. Light infantry are fighting in loose order, and they are fighting relatively independently. This is why in the Napoleonic era and earlier, light infantry are actually a highly prestigious branch. Particularly in Britain. The British light infantry are a highly prestigious branch. However, it is well acknowledged that the light infantry, if they get into actual on-field direct contact with a well-ordered heavy infantry unit, they need to be running the fuck away. That is their role, is to do a orderly retreat in the face of heavy infantry when that happens. So, again, a big part of this, though, is that people are massively overestimating the lethality of the types of weapons that were being used by light infantry in the past, and a lot of that just has to do with the fact that we're around guns. We live in a culture where guns are normal, as Americans do at least, and guns are crazy fucking dangerous, and so we tend to massively overestimate how dangerous a bow and arrow is. I would prefer not to get shot with a bow and arrow. I'm going to be blunt with you here, man. I have seen people get shot with a bow and arrow. I recommend against it. It doesn't seem pleasant to me. It has never happened to me, and I am optimistic that I will continue to keep my unbroken streak of not getting shot with an arrow for hopefully the rest of my life. But it is a lot less lethal than getting shot with a gun. Oh, this is actually a really cool thing, Cyber Tiger. I did not see it in person, to be clear. I did not see it in person. If you are familiar with the North Sentinelese, periodically people, particularly Indian anthropologists, will make full raids to try to meet the North Sentinelese, and there was a instance where they sent some people out to meet the North Sentinelese, and they were out on boats, and they had cameras, and they're watching the North Sentinelese from the shore, and the Sentinelese are hopping mad at these guys just for showing up and looking at them, and they are launching arrows at this anthropological crew, at this documentary crew, and one of them hits a cameraman. And so we've got the perspective from the cameraman getting hit with an arrow in the leg and turning his camera to his own leg. And it's a piece of footage that really sticks with me because the cameraman is really, really good. And he manages to catch the reaction of the guy who hit him. And this guy is having an amazing time. This guy's having the best day of his life. Let me go over. I'm just going to go over to YouTube. I'm just gonna go over to YouTube and see if I can find the video in specific. Because it was in Stefan Milo. It was in the Stefan Milo. Okay, let's see if I can find it. Okay, it's not there. I'm not going to make you guys watch this because I am skipping around like crazy. It's going to make you literally sick. Oh, Minabun, have a good night. Have a good night. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being here, and have a lovely rest of your nights. Sleep well. I will probably see you. Oh yeah, here we go. Scaldy, thank you for the watch streak. Thank you for the watch streak. Also, why is that not triggering? Let's see if I can find it. I don't know if I can find it. I don't want to watch this entire video because it's 25 minutes. Is this it? No. Yeah, you can send a link in chat. Yeah, I don't restrict links. I have not had trouble. I have not had trouble with links so far. It is from this video. This is where I saw it. I'm just trying to find the exact... I just don't know what the exact timestamp is. Yeah, it was around here. It was around here. Yeah, yeah. This guy is partying. This guy is partying. Yeah, it's at 1922. This is not where the arrow hit is. I'm not gonna endorse watching a guy getting hit with an arrow, but this guy is dancing. This guy is partying. This guy is having the time of his life. Yeah, I'm just gonna... I'm gonna show this because I think it's interesting. Not the guy getting hit with an arrow. I don't want to show that. That's a little intense. And change game audio over to VoD.
People against outsiders. He defended his territory, his people.
This guy This is like really stuck in my head. This guy is so proud of landing this shot. He's so proud. This is from the 70s. Pretty impressed by that. But yeah. That's the guy who landed the shot. Yeah, that's the guy who shot a cameraman. Clearly enormously proud of himself. Doing a little touchdown dance. Doing a little football touchdown dance. I know, right? It is. It's something that's like really stuck with me. Yeah, this is the number one paparazzi hater. Kanye West could never. No, absolute hater maxing there. The victory dance is universal. I know, right? Should I get an emote or like a model dance that does that dance? Oh yeah, no, it's worth pointing out. Like I guess what I probably should clarify about the archer thing is that archers aren't really a unique mandatory capability. That was actually kind of like the big thing I was trying to go for. Not just like the lethality thing, but I think the bigger thing I was trying to go for was the like... They are providing a light infantry as a capability, but it's for a lot of human history, the light infantry are not a unique... I'm sorry, not the light infantry. The archers are not a uniquely better and mandatory form of light infantry compared to slingers and javelineers and so on. They are, if you have archers, great, and you use them. If you don't have archers, slingers, etc. will do. And it doesn't seem to have caused that much of a negative impact. Again, the Romans barely used them for the Republican era. In the Imperial era, they particularly add cavalry archers. Roman cavalry, that was a really good book. Roman cavalry shifts in role pretty dramatically over the course of the centuries, and one of those shifts is like Roman cavalry in the Republican era, where I'm the most familiar, actually mostly fight dismount. I did not know this until recently, but Roman cavalry are typically fighting dismount. I had kind of wondered about this, like why Roman cavalry are never really used for charging. The Romans never really charged their cavalry during the Republican era. That like doesn't show up at like Pydna or any of the other battles I've really said. They primarily fight dismounted. And that changes over time, right? Like by the Middle Empire, they're more dragoons. Yeah, they're more dragoons. Well, and the way that the Romans use cavalry in the Republican era that I'm most familiar with, which is the Middle and Late Republic, the way that cavalry is used is basically just to spoil other cavalry. They don't seem to be used as to attack anything other than the opposing cavalry. They seem to mostly be deployed on the flanks defensively. And it's not that this was an unknown technology. I should be clear here, right? Like, they are doing this post-Alexander. Alexander's using deliberate shock cavalry. That's like the Macedonian way of warfare. Is very centered on shock cavalry. Well, slings have excellent range. Slings actually have very long range. The disadvantage of slings in a military context, in a battlefield context, right? The problem with slings in a battlefield context rather than a more general military context is frontage. That's their disadvantage relative to archers. In terms of range and damage per hit, the slingers are usually doing better on both fronts. But in terms of how many men for the same frontage, you can have so many fewer slingers. You can have many fewer slingers. I did read the book about Roman slingers. It was pretty good. It was mostly a reference work, but it's nice to have read it. Mobile screening would be the good way to put it. And also exploitation, right? Not for nothing they did use them as exploitation. Exploitation force is always an excellent reason to have cavalry. Always good to have that. But this also, like, knowing this also kind of makes it a little bit more clear why the Romans were so enthusiastic and reliant on Numidian and Gallic cavalry. And yeah, cavalry is super expensive. I need to get some mounting putty. But they love their horses. The horse girl is eternal. Yeah. Ooh. That had Todd Cutler, but wasn't by Todd Cutler, right? That was the one. The reality is that not universally true, but we have a lot of literary evidence of deep, profound affection for people's horses. That's profoundly well attested to. That's not a controversial point. Let's do a little bit more washing. Get a lot of it in there. And the shoes actually need some more highlighting. Actually, I feel like I used the wrong highlight color for the skin. I'm gonna test out my other highlight color that I have ready. Oh, I don't know. I don't know about that, Mars Cat. I would be very hesitant because I just kind of by default have a lot of... I have a very knee-jerk, instinctive distrust for doing mental health diagnoses of people who are much older than the particular diagnosis, and two, like, I don't have a therapy background, so my ability to evaluate a person with a DSM diagnosis feels very limited. And my understanding is that it's considered unethical to diagnose somebody who you haven't had a one-on-one therapy conversation with. That said, I don't know about that. I suspect that Caesar was probably comparing himself, possibly unfavorably, to Alexander and Africanus and Hannibal and Pyrrhus. That's quite believable. Yeah, I mean, the big story about Caesar is not that Caesar was... The extent to which Caesar was a self-aggrandizing megalomaniac, I think, is less well explained by him having particular mental health issues than by the fact that he made a decision that I think was a little bit ridiculous, and then the only way for him to get out of the consequences of that decision was to break the entire republic. That is the actual, like, way that I would describe Caesar. Is I do think he was pretty self-aggrandizing. I do not think he was a humble man at all. I think he was highly ambitious. And definitely did want to go down as a great hero. But I think much more importantly than that, once he was censured, once he got in trouble with the Senate, the only solution he had was to keep extending his time in office. Like he probably would have at least been stripped of office, if not executed, if he didn't basically just break the entire Republican system of government. And so, he made his choice, right? Yeah, many such cases, many such cases. I imagine, I wonder if there's a parallel to any currently existing political figures who I'm not going to name for reasons that I mentioned before on stream. I actually think I've talked about that specific political figure before. In this specific context. A dude digging his own grave only to when he thought he'd dig deep enough to be safe get stabbed Swiss cheese style. Yep, yep. Yup. So yeah, that's kind of my read on Caesar. Exceptionally skilled military commander. I don't actually think that that's particularly in contest. I don't really know anybody who thinks that Julius Caesar was like mid. Greatest captain in all of history? Probably not. Exceptionally good captain? Probably. That feels hard to argue with. Yeah, Cortez I do think is like really exceptional. Cortez feels like a real outlier to me. Cortez feels far more dramatic to me. Great at winning single battles. I mean, and also clearly good even by Roman standards at operations, which is pretty important. And clearly quite good at maintaining loyalty of his soldiers. That's in a lot of ways the thing that I think a lot of people are a pretty conventional explanation for a huge problem facing the late Roman Republic is the extent to which individual military commanders could command the loyalty of their soldiers to the expense of the broader Republic. That this was a problem that the Republic developed over time. And Caesar is not unique in this, but he is the one that kind of broke it. And yeah, I think it's pretty fair to say, mandate of landowners to mandate of the military. Yup. And you know, the way the composition and stability of the military changes in such a way that prior to that for a long period of time, the base of who is even in the military was broad enough and had high enough churn that individual commanders couldn't build those kinds of relationships. The kinds of relationships that Caesar uses to ultimately, people like Caesar and Sulla used to break things. And yeah. If Caesar felt like he was like a lesser Alexander, I mean maybe. But I assume he was much more worried about the fact that he knew that if he didn't keep winning elections and keep winning battles, he was going to get executed. And Caesar's actually kind of interesting in that he showcases a type of problem that happens in a lot of militaries that the Carthaginian military had already gone through and obviously exited because it's, we're post-Punic Wars. That the military commander who is too successful is something that can just completely break a country. The US's closest that we ever got to this was Douglas MacArthur. Which is, why he was fired, right? But this is also like, in the Punic Wars, this is why Hasdrubal gets sent to Spain. Any cult of personality, in theory, yeah. Militaries are just a really opportune place for that to happen, right? And, Hasdrubal, gets sent to Spain, and it's one of my favorite little quotes from history is, well, let me find the quote. But yeah, like that's how you get Napoleon, right? That's how you get Napoleon. So MacArthur, for people, this is like a history lesson. This is an American history lesson for you. So Douglas MacArthur was an American general during World War II and the Korean War. And he was extremely popular in the public eye. He was extremely popular among the American citizenry. And this is not necessarily because he was a particularly successful military commander. There's actually not great evidence that he was. And he was very famously and very publicly fired by Harry S. Truman during the Korean War. And the core reason why he was fired The event that led to his firing was that Truman wanted to expand the war, the Korean War, into mainland China. And it isn't just that he wanted to do so. The issue is that Truman told him no, and then he went to the press. That was the actual issue, in case anybody is wondering about this. The issue, more so than the plan itself being a bad plan, which it was that he went to the press and tried to basically soft launch a coup over it. And so the quote that I really love is that, Truman was explaining, like, I fired him because he wouldn't respect the authority of the president. And here's the rest of the quote. I didn't fire him because he was a dumb son of a bitch, although he was. But that's not against the law for generals. If it was, half to 3/4 of them would be in jail. Yeah, it's very funny. I need to use mounting putty. I need to buy some mounting putty. How did none of the other generals shoot him? American generals are pretty not shooting each other. I mean, Truman just did the right thing. Truman, not generally a good person, because, that's what presidents are. Presidents are just not generally good people. I'm gonna look up the plan for invading China because it's actually, like, really batshit. No, I don't want Truman's. I want MacArthur's. I said Truman, and then, this is what happens when you're live streaming. Yeah, his plan's fucking nuts. Not Battle of Incheon. Okay, there we go. Here's what it was. I could have won the war in Korea in a maximum of 10 days. I would have dropped between 30 and 50 atomic bombs on his air bases and other depots strung across the neck of Manchuria. It was my plan that as our amphibious forces moved south to spread behind us from the Sea of Japan to the Yellow Sea, a belt of radioactive cobalt. It was been spread from wagons, carts, trucks, and planes. For at least 60 years, there would have been no land invasion of Korea from the north. The enemy could not have marched across that irradiated belt. So yeah, it was a really dumb and insane plan. 30 to 50. Yep. No, he got fired for a good reason. His plan was really bad, and he basically tried to go over the president on this. And reflexive cynics, which is a very polite way of me calling people idiots. Reflexive cynics will go, oh, there's never truly been civilian control over the military. Yes, there has been. Civilian control over the military is deeply, deeply important to the US continuing to function, and the US would not be the kind of power... I don't know, this just always drives me nuts that people are like, oh, the US doesn't do this thing that is clearly a constituent element of why it is powerful. I guess get really driven nuts by this. The US is very powerful and gets to do a whole bunch of evil stuff. I'm not going to deny that, but they are only able to do so because of certain other things that we do. And to just be like, oh, it would be cool if they didn't do those things, and it would be really funny if they didn't do those things. It's like, well, but they do. Civilian control over the government has been pretty stable and strong, and I haven't seen any real evidence of it stopping anytime soon. And yeah, MacArthur was a person who tried to end it. Actually, no, there's some signs that might be ending in my lifespan, in which case, that will be a precipitous decline in USian power. God damn it. As an aside, if you've heard the clicking sound, when I've been like when people have been like, hey, what the hell is that clicking sound? It's that. Most often. But yeah, incredibly stupid plan from an incredibly stupid man. And a lot of people never forgave Truman, mostly because I think they didn't, one, know what that plan was, and two, didn't quite understand how much of a coup threat MacArthur was. And yeah, that's the, yeah, it's mostly for worse. It's mostly for worse. Yeah, my kind of hot take is that, my kind of hot take is that the question of what the global superpower is going to look like in 20 years from now is that it's actually mostly a matter of who is shooting themselves least hard in the face. But all right, we are going to the commercial break. We'll be right back. Congratulations, young Lee. Congratulations, young Lee. Hello. I'm back, but congratulations. 11 years. 11 years. I can hardly imagine. I had some ambition earlier in the stream of trying to see if I could... Wow! I'm presuming that you're not 23. That you got together at some later point. But that's just kind of my assumption. Oh, wow. So you guys started dating, like, immediately. Okay. Wow. Also, geez, you're young. Jeez. I can barely remember being that young. I mean, I never... I feel like I never heard very many stories about that. To me, that was always a thing that existed in anime. I did know a couple that first met when they were 6 and then did get married, but they were not romantic with each other until they were like almost 30. Right, they were yeah. I didn't kind of get the impression that they were super close until then. Aw, that's sweet, young Lee. Also crazy to me. Man. Oh. I'm still so bad at faces. Trying to improve my transition work here. Hello, Chocolate. Hello, Chocolate. How you doing? Congratulations, Young Lee. Dang. Oh, have a good night. Have a good night, Marcat. I mean, the thing is that your questions weren't dumb. One, didn't even occur to me to think of them as dumb. But two, you know, they keep me occupied, right? Genuinely make my life easier, right? Yeah, enjoy work. Good luck at work, I should say. Concoct yourself a hideous mixture for late dictures, predictably not very good. No shame in my heart for the spirit of experimentation. I respect it enormously. An experimental mind is a healthy mind. I've actually not been very experimental with my cooking for a while. I've been in, I don't know, I shouldn't say I've been in a rut, but I've kind of settled into having things that I really like to cook, and it's not been very interesting, I think, from a outside perspective. This poison to a curious mind? That's possible, that's possible. I've mentioned this before on stream, but I've been feeling a little, stuck. Mentally. I feel like my creativity has been quite low of late. Which, you know, sometimes it happens. There's an extent to which there's a natural rhythm. But I've been trying to figure out if the issue is that I have too much creative output, or I don't have enough creative input. Right? If I'm not getting enough creative food in the brain. F. Yeah, and for me it's really direction is where I'm kind of struggling. I've talked about it before on stream. I have energy, but I'm not feeling very, I don't feel like I have ideas. That's where I'm feeling the absence, is on the ideas side. Trying to think a little bit more about the light direction of this. Okay. I almost was like, oh, you know, I'm almost done with this model. And then I was like, oh, I didn't do the shield at all, and the shield actually takes a while. Strong direction work has been so hectic, it's hard to master. Ooh, I'm sorry. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking about, Cyber Tiger, is like... Do I need to just... Like, do I need more room to breathe, right? Do I need more room to breathe? I can tell you that where my mind is currently kind of at is on, is that streaming has actually been pretty rejuvenating. Well, not rejuvenating, but feels relatively safe. I don't think it's draining me too hard. In no small part because I'm not really doing super creative things on stream, right? I'm in a bit of a... I'm doing a bit of a pattern, right? I'm sticking to a bit of a pattern here, and so it feels pretty safe. Kind of keep doing what I'm doing. Yeah, that might kind of be the ticket, right? Is... I mean, I did do that recently, and that might have actually been part of what kind of drained me, was the Japan trip. I have been feeling a little bit listless since I got back from Japan. Can't get into a velvet rough. That's understandable, Chocolate. I am very novelty driven, and that's honestly something that's kind of made streaming feel kind of strong to me. Is also why I've been very, very resistant to being a specialist. I'm very, very resistant to just being like a Final Fantasy XIV streamer or something. But yeah, like you guys are saying, right? There's what emotion drives my creativity? It's honestly kind of interesting. That's kind of an interesting question for me. Because I have not generally thought of myself as an artist in my life. In my life, I've generally thought of myself as a researcher. I am a researcher. I am a person who is really invested in trying to... I would say the biggest motion that drives me as a person, I said this on the anniversary stream, but I like to emphasize this, is curiosity. I think I'm a more curious than creative person. When I am creative, I think the emotion that probably drives my artistic creativity the most, if it's not curiosity, because a lot of my artistic output is, I just want to see if this works, is spite. I am very frequently driven to create things out of a sense of spite. As I think many of us are. That's somebody else did a bad job, and I'm mad at them, and so I'm going to do a better job. It's awe for you. Interesting. Contentedness is your driver. Interesting, interesting. I feel like my default state as a human is actually pretty content. I don't know. That's actually an awkward thing. Maybe that's not true. I'm not sure if I believe that. I feel like I'm content a lot of the time, but I'm also a person with pretty bad depression. So like, those feel pretty contradictory, and I might just be wrong. I might just be using my vocabulary incorrectly here. Yeah, yeah. I have a slight positive valence. That makes sense, Chocolate. That makes sense. That makes sense. What I found kind of interesting is that I am much better at dealing with my depression than I was as a youth. That's honestly been like the biggest difference of all of the things I've changed about my life as I've aged. The biggest difference is that I have gotten better at dealing with depression. And So my depressive episodes are not nearly as bad, and they don't last nearly as long as they did when I was younger. But I also feel like my day-to-day mood swings a lot more. Like within an individual day, I feel like my mood is a lot swingier. It's weird. Do wonder how much is like... most people do get more depressed as they get older. That's actually pretty typical. And I do wonder if some of that is just like the natural ways in which aging and, you know, the awareness of the inevitable haunt you a lot more. These suspect hormones. Interesting. Well, that's actually a good point, Chocolad. That's a really good point. That my emotions are swingier because I just have more highs, right? Right, just kind of like an almost mathematical truth there. Interesting. Interesting. I'm experimenting with thicker lines for this one. Time for you to hit the sack. Please have a good night. Please have a good night, Chocolad. I'm not planning on being... We've been up for a decent amount of time. I feel like my stream feels pretty reasonably complete. Okay, let's let that dry a little bit. Actually, you know what? I think it's time to glue this on. Actually, I really like the smell of the solvent. It's crazy to... I can't imagine trying to get high off of it, but I do like the smell. Alright, and... we want this way. Messed it up a little bit over here. I think I might just have to live with that, unfortunately. What is happiness to me? I don't know. I tend to think of it as an emotional state, right? I don't think of happiness as an emotion. That comes and goes. I think of it as like happenstance, right? That you are happy and then it leaves you. I don't know. I don't know if that's unhelpful or not. Happiness is a calm sense, yeah. I don't tend to like I said, the swinginess is unusual to me, and I think that's part of why I notice it more, because I historically was just, for a lot of my life, I just have long periods, sometimes multi-year periods, of just feeling terrible all the time. I don't know. In terms of player types, right? I am very much a Johnny. I am very much a Johnny. I am very driven by mechanics, which are going to be local to the game system. Oh, I've had depression problems since I was like since I was a child. I would say my first major bout, I was probably like 6 years old or something. No, I think it runs in my family, right? It runs in my family. A huge percentage of my family has problems with it. It's, as far as I can tell, it's genetic. That, I have a genetic predisposition to not create the right set of neurotransmitters to appropriate stimuli. That's kind of been how I've read it. But so like it's hard for me to think about it separate from the what is the mechanical system you're talking about. I can say that in terms of how I play war games, my preference is towards finesse armies that focus on objective play. So in Infinity, my favorite war game, my favorite factions are Hak Islam and Hassassin Baram. And I am actually really tempted, depending on what the rework looks like, to play OSS. And in 40k, Eldar. In 40k, I'm an Eldar player. Is absolutely my preference. I haven't played at 40k in like 2 editions, but definitely Eldar. I've never played Age of Sigmar, but I'd probably play Lumineth. Have I played Civilization 6? Yes, I have. Yes, I have. Quite a bit. Quite a bit. Not an enormous amount. Let me take a look. Sid Meier's Civilization. QRS. And I have 2 accounts, so I have to double check both accounts. I have to check both accounts. That's... I've never figured out why I have so many copies of Serious Sam. 36 hours on one account. And there is an extent to which I care about mechanics, but I'll get to that about theming, but I'll get to that in a second. I'll get to that in a second. Let me just do. I'm just doing some math. Okay, so I've played about 60 hours of Civ 6, which is like 2 games. I have not played enough Civ 6 to really have a preference between the factions in Civ 6. I've played the Civilization series since Civ 3, I think was my first one. And my favorite Civilization by far and away is Alpha Centauri. It's not even close. It's Alpha Centauri. No, themes I kind of like. Lore I don't tend to care about very much. I tend to have I come from the world of, literature and litfic and stuff like that. I tend to actually be pretty disdainful of lore. I am if somebody cites like, oh man, all the lore, I'm like, I don't want to engage with that. Stories I can engage with, right? Stories I can engage with, but lore, when people talk about lore, they often mean homework without payoff, is how I often interpret that. Is all of the work and none of the fun, compared to a story. So I will say that in terms of my preference towards Eldar, actually, I think might be downstream of my preference towards Hak Islam in Infinity. And a lot of my preference towards Hak Islam in Infinity is that Infinity is very much a game about cynical cyberpunk assholes screwing each other over. And Hak Islam is the contrarian faction. Hak Islam is the, in the midst of all of these cyberpunk assholes, these are the people who have decided that they are invested in making the world a better place, in medicine and science and exploration. And that really appeals to me, right? In a world of ruthless profiteering, to have like the nice guy faction that does things with lower force requirements and with more subtlety. And Eldar does kind of appeal to me in that I like the like glass cannon kind of play style. I also never really liked the like turbo elite factions. I never liked that. I never liked that. I always have a preference towards like going wide and broad, and you know, the entire society buys into everybody works together, right? That is the, you know, what you know, brave humans working together is much more interesting to me. Eldar are not humans, but you understand the point. Do I like fantasy fiction? Some. Again, it's very case by case. For me, it's very case by case. Tehanu is one of the best books I've ever read. Right? I feel no shame about trying to convince more people to read Tehanu. I like Tehanu. I like Kane's Law. I liked Tombs of Atuan. Those are probably the fantasy novels I really like the most. Oh, Tehanu. Tehanu's it's by Ursula Le Guin. It's by Ursula Le Guin. It is the 4th book in the Earthsea series. She wrote a series called A Wizard that starts with a Wizard of Earthsea, and Tehanu is the 4th book in the series. I kind of don't want to say too much about it because I don't want to spoil it very much, but it's the pacing of the Earthsea series is that it opens up with, the first book is the story of how Ged became a wizard. And Ged becomes arguably the greatest wizard in the history of the series. And that's kind of the point of this, is that you start off with a young shepherd, and he becomes an incredibly powerful wizard. And what is the way that he became that wizard? And it's a fun fantasy romp. Le Guin was very emphatic about making it a very non-violent story. And then it's the second book is the Tombs of Atuan, where he is actually a secondary character in it. The story of or he's a primary character, but he's not the main character. He's the deuteragonist. The plot of the Tombs of Atuan is that Tanar is a priestess of some pretty vile chthonic gods. Like we're talking slaving and human sacrifice type gods. Gods of the bloody, vengeful earth. And of caves and of being buried alive. And they capture Ged. And through her interactions with Ged, she is eventually persuaded to abandon her religion and liberate herself, because she is herself not free. She is herself not free. And the 4th... I'll skip the 3rd book, because the 3rd book is about Ged again. That's not really the point. I'm only introducing Ged in order to introduce Tanar. The 4th book... In the 4th book, Tanar is an old woman. In the 2nd book, Tanar is a teenage girl. In the 4th book, Tanar is an old woman. She is Tehanu. She has been rechristened Tehanu. She is old. She has had children. The children have left home. And Ged needs her help again. As he is an old man now. Ged is an old man, Tanar is an old woman, and they help each other with the problems that they have as vulnerable old people. And I think Tehanu is the best fantasy. I think it's just the best fantasy novel I've read. It's a reflection on aging and on the people who are important to you over a lifespan, and on how people try to use you, and when they underestimate you. God damn it. It's a beautiful story. It's a really beautiful story. And yeah, I like to go wide. I like to take care of my soldiers. That's actually the biggest reason why I've been thinking about going to OSS over sticking with Hakislam and Hassassin Baram, because a lot of Hakislam, and particularly Hassassin's, is around suicide attacking, and that's icky to me. Hello, Galaxy Wolfstar. How are you doing? The little guy. Tired? I was about to say, didn't you go to bed? I recommend it. I think it is worth. I think it is worth reading the first and second books in the series. The third book is fine. I don't think the third book is either great or terrible. I think the first book is only kind of pretty good. But the second and fourth books are like two of the best books ever written. I think they are the two best fantasy novels I've ever encountered, and I don't even think it's close. I say this as a person who has a really inordinate love of the Heroes Die series. I think, as an aside, Kane's Law is the most intellectually demanding fantasy fiction. It's really funny to me how intellectually demanding that book is. I hope it was a good game. But yeah, in general, I recommend reading Le Guin. I have read enough Ursula Le Guin that I don't actually recommend reading all of her work. So, I mean, Le Guin's a sci-fi author. She's a sci-fi and fantasy author from the 20th century. I think she wrote the single best science fiction novel of them all, and the best fantasy fiction novel of them all. I think for my money, the best science fiction novel of them all is The Dispossessed. Very, very easy to recommend The Dispossessed. It's with the purpose to learn English as a second. What is your first language, Cyber Tiger? If you don't mind me asking. There's quite a few people who are ESL here. I'm just always curious about this. Because, like, Emmerich Draws, who was here earlier, is a French speaker. Ogre Daddy's German. Inari is Japanese. Russian. Okay, we've had a few Russians here before. We've had Russians here periodically. Mura Sensei is Russian. Yeah, we've had a couple. You're Hawaiian. Is Hawaiian your first language? As an aside, Galaxy Wolfstar, do you know Inari? Polish. I'm gonna shout out Inari because she is one of my best friends. Oh, English is your first language. Yeah, fair enough. I thought you were responding to the question about Inari. Inari Reiju is one of my best friends, and she's Japanese, but English is her second language, and she is fully fluent in English. Yes. Inari speaks Hawaiian. She's a Hawaiian speaker. She did Asian and Pacific Island studies at the University of Hawaii. That was her master's. Yeah. So she speaks Hawaiian. I actually have a lei that she made for me, that she gave me at Offkai. Also Spanish. Yeah. Inari is so cool. Inari is so goddamn cool. Inari is so cool. I feel very humbled around her. I speak the level of Spanish that is normal for a gringo to speak in the United States. Hold on a second. Excuse me, a little bit of water went down the wrong pipe. I just had to cough. I don't speak any of my ethnic language. I don't speak any of my ethnic language. I am Irish American, and I do not speak any Irish. Check fair da la. That's about it. That's about what I got. You have an IRL friend who can speak German. I have quite a few German speaking friends. Japanese, Chinese. Japanese is my second language, though, and my 私の日本語上手じゃないけど、とても下手になってしまいました。だけど、私の、日本へ来たの後で。That's not right. Afterward. I was saying afterwards, but it's since is what I'm looking for, and I can't remember how to say since then. I said my Japanese I speak some Japanese, but it is not good. I've gotten quite bad at it. And after I have gotten back from Japan, and that's where I kind of stopped, because I forgot how to say since as a form of continuing ongoing behavior, right? Because the issue is not that it's not just I was speaking Japanese and then I got bad. It's I was speaking I learned Japanese and then I have not been studying it since I got home from Japan. Since I returned to New York. Yeah. Ukrainian, French, German, Czech, and Tatar. Yeah. And I mean, at least those are like living languages, right? Well, I don't know about Tatar. Oh, it was well before Cyber. It was well before. I've only been in VTubing for 3 years. I've been studying Japanese off and on for a long time. For many years. I don't want to get to this ad break. I want to skip this ad break. Because it's 5 a.m. and that means that I should get some rest and get ready. I did not make my next schedule, even though I know what it is. Dark Souls on Sunday. That is the next stream. Dark Souls on Sunday. Dark Souls Sunday. 10 p.m. US Eastern, Dark Souls Sunday. Some sort of handcam on Monday. Cyber Tiger, you are not prepared. Nobody is ready for Dark Souls. I am ready for Dark Souls, but nobody else is ever ready for Dark Souls. Does somebody have the link ready? I can grab the link if nobody else has it. Echo! hold on. First of all, there's my Dark Souls. Hey, Echo, you watched me play Dark Souls, right? So Eiko, would you want me on your next Elden Ring team, your next Elden Ring tournament? Do you think that would be good, having me in your next Elden Ring tournament? First of all, I have to gas up my friend here. Eiko is one of my dear friends in VTubing. I think she's one of my favorite streamers. I think she is incredibly funny and incredibly intelligent. I think that people are sleeping on the fishy. She is really whip smart. I think she's really insightful. I think she's very observant. I am very impressed with her. And her streams are really fun because she says completely unhinged shit and also crashes out in some of the funniest ways. But she is such a delight. She is such a delight. I find her so joyful to watch, and I've gotten to do one collab with her, and it's one of my favorites. Oh, I do this all the time for everybody, Eiko. You just have to live with it. This is the consequence of being my friend, is the turbo gassing. Is the turbo gas up. This is just one of the consequences here. And Eiko, you won recently. Eiko won the Elden Ring tournament. She was on the winning team in an Elden Ring tournament, which was very cool. It was very fun to watch. She was so stressed out, guys. It was crazy to watch. Like, she was just like, whenever they were not actually in a match, whenever they're not actually on the map, she was just freaking out. It was pretty funny. I say all of that. I say that to say I am the worst Dark Souls player. I have a very strong memory of talking about my Dark Souls playthrough at MagFest with Maud, and Maud is trying to be like, Maud is very sweet, and she's just like, no, you can't really be doing that bad of a job. And Clonk walks into our conversation and interrupts her to say, no, Almantas is actually the worst Dark Souls player of all time. I am so bad at it that Wasteland Mad God described himself as tasting pennies. And Noir got so mad she played League of Legends in protest. I love doing things I'm bad at. I love at it. She won all of her matches too. She fired up League of Legends. She rage fired up League of Legends and won all of her matches. It's so funny. Welcome back, 104th. We are wrapping up. I'm snoozing ads again. But for Galaxy Wolfstar, Ada. Yeah, I'm stretching my back. I am sorry, Clone Squad. Do be careful running. As a big advocate of running, that is a real issue. If you do not try to overtrain on running. Do not. That will ruin your legs. Do not overtrain on running. Train as much as you need to and don't do more. Be careful. Be careful, folks. Oh, I'm sorry, Galaxy Wolfstar. That's dreadful. I have so far not ruined my legs. My legs are holding up fine at running. They're holding up fine. But yeah, Sunday Dark Souls. What is coming after that? Monday, some sort of hand cam, or a or maybe a discussion stream if I can find the right person for it. Tuesday, I'll be doing AirSats Gaming. I'm thinking it might be time to get back into the City Builders. That's kind of where I'm leaning. Oh, I love discussion. I love to have a big, long discussion. I even have a couple of ideas for some discussion streams that I could do that would actually have topics as a change of pace. Oh, that's worth keeping track of, adders. Yeah, if you're, that's trans women in particular have a problem with that, because the HRT for transfeminization tends to induce bone loss. Yeah, sorry, 104th Clone Squad. I have important topics I want to discuss. I mean, if you were here earlier, we were talking about some pretty heavy topics. Milk might actually make your bones weaker. I learned recently that milk might actually weaken your bones. The bioabsorption of calcium from milk might actually be negative, which is crazy. Tofu has good calcium. Tofu has good calcium. And you could just take calcium supplements, which are usually not that great. You get bloated from tofu? Brutal. Oh, that's true, Cyber Tiger, as well. That is true. And Aiko, I'm sorry to say I have not succeeded at getting my hands on any stinky tofu. I tried to buy some online and it didn't turn out well. It was a disaster. Florian's another one. Yeah, unlucky. I got unlucky. There might be. I tend to find shopping in New York to be a pain in the ass, if I'm honest. I've gone over to resorting to online purchasing as like a first resort. Because like the stores around me never seem to actually have anything in stock. They just have like the same 3 brands of everybody just has the same 3 brands of potato chips and nothing else. It's pretty goofy. It's very funny to me when I talk to somebody like, oh, all the shopping in New York must be great. It's like, I honestly prefer to go out to New Jersey, like, for shopping. Oh, that's brutal, Clone Squad. No, stinky tofu is something different. Tempeh is fermented tofu. I actually don't like tempeh. I maybe should give it some more shots, but like, I'm not a fan of Tempa. Till 11 p.m. I'm not going to run the next ads. We are not doing the next ad break. I'm not doing the next ad break. I am trying to choose between a couple of raid targets. I'm trying to choose between a couple of raid targets. Aiko already went offline, so I can't raid Aiko. I mean, it's 5 a.m. for me, Clone Squad. Because I'm a sicko. Resting. Yeah, resting. I'm just trying to choose who I want to raid. Oh, one of the people I was thinking about raiding just went offline. I was like really thrown off for a second there. I was like something looks wrong about my something looks wrong here. Oh wait, no, she's still here. She's still on. She's still on. Okay. Here are our two choices. I would say I think we're I think I know who I'm going with. I think I know who I'm going with just because I haven't rated her in a minute. Yeah, I'm sorry, Onyx Tail. I'm sorry. It was 5 a.m. No, I'm definitely rating out. That's not in question. It's literally, we're literally just down to last like a minute. I'm just like, let's go with Sarah Yoon. She's playing Final Fantasy VI. I like Sarah Yoon. She does a lot of content like I do. She actually is the one who got me into Dot Age. So I like her quite a bit. Let's have a nice time over on Sarah Yoon. Do not embarrass me over there. She is sweet. She is German. She is playing Final Fantasy VI. I will be back Sunday with Dark Souls. I will be back Sunday on Dark Souls. Here are my socials. They are fake. Here is my Discord. It is real. I will see you Sunday.